Oh. Okay, everybody. We're live. Sorry that we were behind. We were just getting our bases straight. It's me, River Run, and I've got my friends Hassan and Jeremiah Bannister. Do you guys want to introduce yourself? Hassan, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I'm kind of I don't really have much of like an online platform presence. I kind of just dip in and out. Sometimes I appear on friends' stuff. I'm just a convert who likes to go through these things and make sure I know where I'm at, basically.
Okay, and Jeremiah, you want to go ahead?
Yes. Jeremiah Bannister. I am the creator and host of Paleocrat Diaries, and that it can be seen on Meaning of Catholic, the YouTube channel, as well as Reason and Theology. So I'm on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, as well as the owner of the Wolfpack Chat over on Telegram, and we do a lot of not only live shows on Reason and Theology and Meaning of Catholic, altogether I think it's about 5 hours a week of live shows talking about a wide range of things: apologetics, the methodology of apologetics, how practical everyday life kind of stuff with that, as well as the history of enthusiasms, heresies, schisms, cults, all that. Our recent episode was on Scientology. It was a 2-part series on that. We've talked about a wide range of different groups going all the way back to Corinthian letters, in fact. And so the church in Corinth and the craziness that was going on there. So that's pretty much what I do. And a lot of stuff over at the Wolfpack. I'd encourage people to go check it out because we do live chats there almost every day. Sometimes upward of 2 hours, talking about apologetics, philosophy, theology, even dating. And we now have, of course, our Fat Shame to Fitness program, which is a private chat for people who are sick and tired of being fat and would like to keep it off for good.
All right. So the way this is going to work, we're just going to run the what is the name of this? I want to make sure I credit everybody correctly. So this is I don't know if anybody knows the background on this, but it's the new big trad thing. It's this series, Mass of the Ages, and they're on their second one. I think it was funded for about $150,000 on Kickstarter. And the first episode, I seem to remember going, it was fine. I think it was just sort of standard Latin Mass devotional stuff. And so I don't have a problem more. I mean, there's some things, but I don't have too much of a problem with that, just details. But this one, episode 2, so we're starting to get into the heart of traditionalist conspiracy stuff.
Yeah.
And it wasn't working. And there's the liturgy stuff, and this one's getting a little out into space. So we wanted to look at it again. We want to look at it with a group and sort of go over it. And so we're going to run it. We're going to pause every once in a while to make commentary. And we're going to try not to run too much over 2-3 hours.
I was going to say too, I was asked to write the review of Mass of the Ages episode 1 over at 1 Peter 5. I'm going to it now. It has 1.3 thousand shares. It had actually, it was one of those, I think it got over 1,000 within 36 hours, the shares of this. And I was very positive about it, both cinematically, the themes of it, the way that they framed things. I had disagreements with it, but it resonated, the idea of a loved one dying from cancer and things like that, because that's part of my experience too. So I was optimistic about the second one, but I also knew from the promo that we were in for something different. It wasn't going to be the same as the first one. And so I want to make a distinction between the things that I said and to tell people that you can go back and see what I thought of the first one, the praise that I gave the first one. And then in light of what I'll say today.
I'm a big nerd. So the first one was a little, I'm not exact on some liturgical details for me, but it's fine. I don't have a big problem with it. This one, not so much. Who puts this out, by the way? I want to make sure we credit everybody correctly.
Yeah. So with this, directed by Cameron O'Hearn, I don't know. I'm assuming Jonathan Weiss was still part of the production of it. Director of photography, at least for the first one, was Thomas Shannon. It seemed like it was very similar anyway, with the color grading, stuff like that. And then, of course, Tim Flanders and Dr. Peter Kay were part of the writing team. There were 4 writers altogether.
Right.
So it's, yeah.
And again, this is Mass of the Ages. I'm not trying to not promote anybody. I'll go ahead and put their channel in the live chat now. There it goes. We're not. Oop, no, did that wrong. Let's try again. There you go. So everybody go to that. This is not we're not trying to steal content. We just want to look at it sort of a little critically. All right, let's go. Let's knock it out. Let's have a good time. Where's it at? Where did I put it? Okay, I'm running it as a video file. I'm not running it through YouTube. There's a lot of reasons not to do that. Mainly has to do with it working well. But the link to the YouTube's in the chat. All right, it'll start straight away. If there's volume problems, let me know.
Hey, this is Cameron O'Hearn, Director of Mass of the Ages. Your support has been incredible. Because of your generosity, we've captured stories across the world and have reached literally millions of Catholics with episode 1. And we can continue to make Mass of the Ages films. And now, because of the recent Latin Mass restrictions, this trilogy is right at the center of a historical debate in the Church. This trilogy is our answer to why the Latin Mass is not only important, but foundational for the future of the Church. You can help us change the conversation around the Catholic world by paying it forward. We now know that every $1 we put into our marketing and distribution, we can reach at least 10 additional people. So, to put that in perspective, $100 will bring Mass of the Ages to 1,000 people. $1,000 will bring Mass of the Ages to 10,000 people. And $10,000 will fill a stadium. This film is offered to you for free because we want to reach millions so that Catholics across the globe discover the Latin Mass and thousands of priests begin to celebrate it. For the next month, we will be putting all the funds we raise into our ad spend. Go to massoftheages.fund and donate $10, $100, or $1,000 to help us reach every corner of the world. Thank you for your incredible support and enjoy the film.
Everything inside of me was screaming to say something about money that could be designated to buy him a new shirt, but I'll refrain.
No, I don't want to be petty with people.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I did it on my own.
My question is, what went so awry after Vatican II?
So we have these things called councils. It's when all the people in the funny hats get together and they make decisions about the faith and about the way that the faith will be practiced. Vatican II was a major shift. Some might say a major break. And it was a shift to accommodate the Church to the modern world. People often refer to Vatican II as the council. Well, this is very strange because there have been other councils. Presumably there was Vatican I, or it's Vatican II. You know, they didn't start with number 2, and there have been many other councils too. So why is that the council?
Here we have to distinguish between what Vatican II really taught and encouraged versus what happened.
Vatican II opened the doors and the windows of the Church. The purpose of doing that wasn't to let the world in, to secularize the Church. The purpose was to let the Church out, to Christify the world.
Among regular churchgoers who attend Mass weekly or more, only 63% believe that this is actually the body and blood of Jesus in the consecrated host.
If the Mass that we've been saying over the past 50, 60 years has coincided with a tremendous loss of faith in the Church, there comes a point where you have to say maybe it's not just coinciding with it.
The real question is, what did Vatican II demand of the liturgy? What did the Council have in mind?
Archbishop Bugnini was the principal architect of the new Mass. I think that it just got out of control.
The road to union with our separated brethren, the Protestants, is to remove every stone from the liturgy, every prayer from the Mass that could even remotely be an obstacle or difficulty.
Okay, so this is I forgot. So they used that quote at least twice. I forgot it was this early. I want to start really early. That quote by Bugnini, the obstacle quote. Let me get it. I even had the whole thing translated, but I got it. For this one was easy. This is like when I did the Skielebex episode where it turned out people just make this up. But let me pull it up because it's awful. So I got it off a trad website. So what he's actually saying, and where is it? I have it. Where did he do? Oh, I need Masoma here. So what he's talking about, it's good. Where is it? I hid it from myself. Silly. In any case, this quote doesn't exist as given. We must strip our Catholic prayers from the Catholic liturgy, everything which is the shadow of a stumbling block for our separated brethren, that is for the Protestants. So that's the usual form it takes. That doesn't exist. What he actually said, and it was in Observatory Romano, La Observatory Romano, is the following, roughly. And yet it is in the love of souls and the desire to help in any way the road to union of the separated brethren, by removing every stone that could even remotely constitute an obstacle or difficulty, that has driven the church to make these painful sacrifices. And what he's talking about is in 1955, we revised the Holy Week liturgy. And when we revised the Holy Week liturgy, we changed the wording of some of the intercessory prayers for Holy Week. So the one everybody knows about is the one for the perfidious Jews. We stopped calling them perfidious Jews in the Holy Week intercessions. Now, I don't know. We don't have to talk about whether, like, how it's basically a question of sensitivity of language. In the prayer for it used to be called the prayer for the union of the church. It was subsequently revised to the prayer for the union of all Christians, because the church was always one. It's a sort of question of whether or not Christians can unify in the church. They softened some language about that. You basically, look, when we're praying for union with them, we're not going to call them heretics and schismatics. We'll use other language. They are heretics and schismatics. That's not being denied, but it's not. Basically, look, if we're praying for you to reunite with us and you show up at the liturgy and we're calling you heretics and schismatics while we're praying to unite with you, it's thought that that's not particularly inviting, as it were. Whatever you think about softening language, it's certainly not some mission statement about how the whole liturgy is going to be made Protestant. Like, let me be clear. The idea that the Novus Ordo is a Protestant liturgy doesn't make any sense. I mean, we have how many feasts for the Virgin Mary? Her place is mentioned repeatedly in the liturgy. Like it's of itself not a liturgy acceptable to Protestants as is, and we know that because, like, James White hates the new Mass. It's not complicated. So this narrative is dumb, and then on top of that, you've got a source, an alleged source from Bugnini. It's a false citation, and it bothers me because this is supposed to be a professional documentary, and you didn't check your source. Like, I Googled this. You didn't check your sources. You weren't accurate. You just used a quote it's an old lie. It's a lie from the 70s. But you didn't even check to see and that's going to happen over and over again. And I'll harp on this as we go. But, like, we have Bugnini's writings. I've got 3 major books from him pulled up in a tab. Okay. They're free. You can get them. You might not like his approach and you might not like how he operated, but you cite his book. Just go, here, it's bad here, and this is what he says, and this is wrong. Do that, not lies from other people. That doesn't make any sense. All right, but let's keep. You go ahead.
Real quick, I just wanted to say something about a prime and a frame. So the movie from the get-go is primed as a kind of good versus evil, a discontinuity. There's some kind of a separation that took place, and that separation is being embedded. That rupture is being embedded in Vatican II and in the Novus Ordo. That's the prime, that's the frame. Salmons goes further in solidifying this by saying that it's not just correlated, it's time that we really reflect on the idea, the possibility that it's caused, in fact, by these things. It wasn't intended this way, maybe it's an unintended consequence, but that it's no longer just correlated or attributable to any other thing as a consequence, but that it's caused by this. And the last thing, real quick, lesson on scandal and culpability. When we talk about how we should approach people who are presently outside the church, people who are schismatic to various degrees or heretical to various degrees, I think that it'd be wise to go back to St. Francis de Sales and his Catholic controversy. He begins in his introduction by talking about the nature of scandal, places all the blame, right? All of it. He does not accept the church as having any blame in scandal. He thinks that would be a blasphemous proposition, a blasphemous thing. And he knows that people will accuse him of running from this, that he will minimize or diminish anything that could possibly be to blame of the general body of the church, which is the bride of Christ led by our Lord, guiding her feet. But he says that people who are the heresiarch have a certain kind of culpability for themselves. The person who then embraces the heresiarch has a different kind of scandal. There's 3 different kinds for him. And that this scandal is compounded because they didn't have to choose this, but they did. They could have remained, but that also adds to the culpability now of the heresiarch because he has people now under him. And then thirdly would be the generations of people that come after that fact, that they just simply grew up in a world where they didn't know any differently. So they may think and say things like we hear a lot. Yeah, I go to a church, Church of God Pentecostal. We were established in AD 33 kind of thing, and you just kind of chuckle a little bit about it. And you go, well, is that really true? Or were you like a 1900s innovation? But they don't know. And so to them, St. Francis says their scandal and their culpability is that which is associated with what he calls almost a purely passive scandal. And in that regard, we treat them differently. And at this point, we're hundreds of years after the fact. And how do we deal with people in that arena, understanding that to be the nature of culpability? And so I think that it's wise to realize that's not new. And I think that if we understand that, going back even to St. Francis, that we would see that the things that are done now in dialogue or anything like that are not nearly as bad as a lot of traditionalists would like to say.
All right. Also, I put the link to I actually got the real quote from Bugnini from a trad source, so I put the link to that in the chat. Let's keep it rolling. Hassan, do you want to say anything about it?
I would just like to clarify here that the church can't be the agent of active scandal, even if it's imperfect scandal, if we're going to use technical language. But its ministers can be.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
All right, let's knock it out. Let's keep going.
Attention to that man behind the curtain.
Oh no, the Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz.
I think the goodwill of the reformers was probably very genuine, but it was probably also terribly, terribly culturally naive.
And it was a time where everything was changing. The worst possible time, 65 to 70. In the culture, it was just a time of revolution. So in a way, it's not too surprising that the Mass was also kind of caught up into that.
When we say that modern man is the starting point and ending point of a liturgical reform, we may well create something which a 1960s teenager or university student will find appealing, but that student will grow up and future generations will arrive. And of course, if we're using the language of appealing, if we're trying to market something to a particular generation or time, we've lost the plot. We're on the wrong train.
We're no longer living in the, high-flying days of the age of Aquarius, where everyone thinks that we're on the brink of some wonderful utopia in the 1960s.
People like going to theaters and they like going to casinos, but they don't like coming to church. Why? Because it's a drag. But we could change all that. See, we could pack this joint.
Is it a concert or a Catholic Mass?
The difference with the traditional Catholic Church is striking. This is obviously a warehouse on the periphery of the city, and these people are just having a great time.
I'm reminded of a line from that great political philosopher and religious theologian Hank Hill from King of the Hill, who points out that Christian rock makes neither Christianity nor rock and roll any better. It makes them both worse. And I think people know that now. We probably always knew it, but we certainly know it now.
Day by day, day by day.
I remember I was a Boy Scout and going camping, and we'd sing songs around the campfire. Those made you feel great. You're sitting around the fire, you're having the s'mores, and some, scoutmaster has the guitar. That's fantastic. Should we repeat that at Mass? No, go have another cookout. go to the campfire again.
Close your eyes.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination.
The Lord is my light and my salvation.
My little pony, isn't the world a lovely place? My little pony, my little pony. Everywhere you go, a smiling face.
Glory to God, glory to God, glory to God in the highest, and on earth, peace on earth.
What does the future hold?
Father Annibale Bugnini was a young Vincentian priest who was a liturgical enthusiast. He wasn't a mover and shaker.
His first really important role was as a coordinator for the drafting of Sacrosanctum Concilium, the Second Vatican Council's document on the liturgy. Curiously enough, that was the only one of the documents written before the council that wasn't thrown out at the beginning of the council. All the other documents that had been pre-written were thrown out, and they said, let's start over, but they kept the one that Bugnini had shepherded through.
It would be most inconvenient for the articles of our Constitution to be rejected by the Council. That is why we must tread carefully and discreetly. Proposals must be formulated in such a way that much is said without seeming to say anything. Let many things be said in embryo, and in this way, let the door remain open to legitimate and possible post-conciliar deductions and applications.
Can I say something about that real quick? So, legitimate deductions. They're portraying this, of course, in the Count Dracula voice, and the super scary looking darkness about this, and the idea that he shuffled it through, that it was this secret thing. In the context, if we were part of a group, the three of us here, and we were putting together a preconciliar document, it was a really big deal, and we're watching as all the other preconciliar documents are dropping like flies. Would we have a conversation privately that, hey guys, we want this to get through and at least get through the door, right? We put a lot of work into this kind of thing, and we have some ideas that we want to get this thing through the door so that once it's through, we can then be within the council where this debate's going to happen for legitimate applications and deductions where that would take place, and that would still be our document in the council. If we were there, would we do that? Because I know I would. I would say that to you guys, And that wouldn't make me malicious. That would make me somebody who knows what I'm doing. It would say, look, that you have to assume and impose upon that a kind of, shady thing from the get-go, that this is really what it's about. It has to itself be within a frame for that to make any sense. And the last thing, I think it's funny if the scene of the Catholics clapping and stuff, if we had cameras during the circumcellion, right, with the circumcellion around the Donatists saying, you better kill me or you better kill me or I'll kill you, kind of thing, or the convulsionists that are pressing swords on their bodies and people saying smack me harder and stuff. And you've got Pascal and his family wrapped up in that you would have some wild footage. I mean, that'd be really wild, but yet the church was still the church. And the last thing is the music. I would encourage people to go and learn the lessons from the Axes of Awesome, in fact, about 4-chord songs and how many songs can be accused of being made exactly like these other songs because there are parts that sound just like that. And that's the nature of music as it is, especially in a day and age where we're bursting with new songs all the time with limited scales, progressions, keys, chords, the like. So I think that they're pushing it kind of far. I'm not here to defend the Titanic rendition. I'm not here to defend that, but I am here to say that they can push that too far.
River, you're still muted.
Yeah, you're muted, homie. You're boomered out, River.
Lol.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah. So obviously most of that music was cringe. So let's not,
I'm not here to defend it. Right?
I've not been,
I'm not a fan either.
Yeah, I don't think any of that's appropriate. So let's just.
I think that's enough. I think that's actually enough to be a sin. Actually.
Yeah, that's bad. So let's not. Of course not. Don't do that. I've not been to any parish that does anything that bad. But I believe that it exists.
Well,
I did want
the criticism in the video here is not something like the Novus Ordo has this inherently. It's something more like the way the Novus Ordo rubrics are structured is such that a conference can permit things like this so that they would technically not be against liturgical law, even though they are sinful, whereas you can't do that in the Old Mass. And I think that's true. And you and I have talked before about how there need to be more restrictive laws on what conferences can and can't permit in terms of the musical settings for the prayers.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although I don't know, like I'm not like the actual USCCB guidance is pretty clear to me. So I don't actually fault the bishops' conference. I kind of fault pastors, to be honest. And I mean, like I do know from historical record that there were problems with music before the council as well in a lot of places. So I really just think this is bishops and pastor problem, not a conference level issue, at least for me, for the US. Now I imagine in other places that conferences have done wackadoodle things, so I don't speak for other places, but in my experience and in reading the USCCB, I'm not unhappy with what they've said you ought to be doing. So it's a question of, look, is anybody going to do the discipline? And discipline on sacred music, in my personal experience dealing with pastors and bishops, is like, they think of that as, fifth rung. And so that's a problem. But, you have to have will to fix that.
You gotta keep in mind that liturgy in general is seen as fifth rung.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact,
but not just that, but like, generally speaking, even among people who are quite passionate about sacred music as a subject, they don't know anything about magisterial teaching on its ontology or what it's for.
Yeah, no. So like music is always treated every place you go as like whether it will keep people basically entertained, or at least won't. The two attitude, the so-called liberal attitude I get is basically, will they be entertained and engaged? And the conservative attitude I've gotten so far when in my concrete experiences, will they be upset? That's it. And that's not the principle of sacred music at all. You just don't run into a lot of musical ministers either at the choral level or at the pastoral level or at the episcopal level, that are handling it correctly. Most cathedrals I go to have good sacred music because they have to show off for when, I guess, the Vatican people show up. But and they try to make good example, but they don't discipline their pastors, in my experience, at all, because it's again fifth rung for them. So that is a problem. I'll grant that. But the formal rubrics of the liturgy allow that, but U.S. Conference has been pretty clear. It's just there's no discipline on it. So what I like, and I mean the Vatican's guidance has also been pretty clear. It's a question of you're going to discipline or not. And I know discipline on sacred music was a problem in the past as well. You only have to open up old hymnals to realize that there's some hymns in there that are saccharine and not. And I mean, there's European complaints on that as well. Bott complains about it in From Silence to Participation in 1910. So it's not it's a long problem. I mean, that's why Pius X had to write an encyclical on musical renewal, because it's a long problem. But anyway, we'll go ahead. Also, the Bugnini quote is also one last thing. The Bugnini quote is accurate-ish, but he's just stating the order. And if you want to read a book on Bugnini that's actually any good, you go read Yves Chiron's Annibale Bugnini, Reformer of the Liturgy. Just came out in 2018. It's a beautiful book. Not everything in it is perfect. There's some things you could dispute, but it's a great book. Here, I'll go ahead and put the archive link for it in chat. You know, why not? Because this movie refuses to use any sources. But in any case, here you go. Here's a source. And enjoy yourself. But like, this is kind of ordinary curial official talk for how they're going to put documents out. And by the way, when you have if you don't have any managerial or meeting experience, when you put forward a proposal in a meeting, you don't lay everything out because you don't want people to dispute. It's normal. If you put forward a proposal, you don't lay everything out because you don't want everybody to pick apart the idea into pieces at the meeting, because that's how meetings go. If you put forward if you've got a proposal, you put it forward the best face forward, and with parts of it that are important, but in a well put way, and then the mechanics are worked out later. If you go to a committee meeting with all the mechanics of your idea put forward with people who don't, it's basically like taking to an ignorant audience. With people who don't know anything about what you're talking about, they're just going to pick it apart at the very vaguest level, and your whole proposal is going to get thrown into the ground. That always happens. It's common. It's just how meetings work. So I don't really this quote is being made into a big conspiratorial thing that it isn't. I would say the same thing at any meeting. So I don't like it. It's not appropriate.
Yeah.
Like, look, I say, oh, we're going to go out. We're going to start a new restaurant. And then what do you, let's put in like some stupid, like 1-sentence statement about our 10-point business plan about how to operate this restaurant. Well, the guys on the board who don't understand what you're trying to do are going to go, that sounds dumb. I don't know if I would do it that way. Well, maybe not. All right, we're not giving you any funding. You don't do that. You put it forward. We put forward a proposal in a somewhat vague way so that people will pass it through. It's dumb. This is a dumb critique. It's not conspiratorial. It's how meetings work. All right, let's go forward.
In embryo, we're going to say it obliquely, not totally. We're not going to reveal our whole plans. We're going to say just a little bit so that it'll get approved, and then we can do what we want. So Bugnini, from the very beginning, had designed this document to be used the way he wanted it to be used.
Although it did have some striking language in it, it mostly comes across as a conservative document, or at least a document that would reassure people. We're not talking about a radical overhaul of the Catholic Church's worship. We're talking about adding a little bit of vernacular here and there. We're talking about, modifying the calendar a little bit. And then the Council, of course, reaffirmed Latin as the language of the liturgy, Gregorian chant. It should have pride of place. The Mass is described as a solemn act of worship of the Blessed Trinity. The Council Fathers reading this document, they might have thought, well, okay, moderate reform sounds like a good idea. I'll sign off on that.
Immediately after the promulgation of Sacrosanctum Concilium, Pope Paul VI called him in and gave him the opportunity of being the secretary of the concilium.
The concilium was the organism that was set up to put into practice the constitution on the liturgy.
And this was Bugnini's great moment of opportunity.
It's very important for people to understand that the role of secretary in a body like this is much more important than it might sound. You might think, oh, secretary, he's just keeping minutes and he's filing documents and stuff. No, the secretary in this case was the one who coordinated all of the meetings of the different scholars. And he's the one who was the kind of central clearinghouse for communications. So when people wrote in with their ideas or their criticisms or something, it all went through the secretary. And then he ran the meetings as well. So he established the agendas for the meetings. So that the secretary was the one who really had the bird's eye view of the entire project. Instead of a group of scholars working together on, say, the whole Mass, it was many different subcommittees working on many different parts of the Mass at the same time. But one of the few people who had a picture of the whole desired outcome was Bugnini.
Cardinal Lecaro was named the nominal head of this concilium, but Lecaro was old and doddering, and I don't even know how cognitively alert he was. Bugnini kind of took over.
You're muted, buddy.
Sorry. I believe we have Lecaro's memoirs on this. I think it's Lecaro, and I'd have to check, but I got about 90% confidence it's Lecaro's memoirs. This is an insult to Lecaro and not appropriate. He clearly was participating, and that's not correct. Although the point of the importance of the secretary is roughly correct.
I want to just mention too, just for something to keep kind of in the back of their mind. When I watched it through the first time, this is the second time I've seen it, right? And I normally don't say anything the first or second time, but I did last time because my chat was on fire. But I don't recall them ever mentioning the charism of infallibility, the indefectibility of the church, immutability of the church in this regard, and that we can trust ecumenical councils or decisions that popes have on matters of faith, morals, government, and discipline, per Vatican I. But their analysis, it seems to me, is almost like naturalistic, right? That with councils and popes and the church at large, that they rely on human hands and motives and that kind of thing, the plotting and scheming of people. And I wonder if it kind of comes almost as if God is almost deistic in this regard, that he's detached, he's distant, disinterested in this affair, and that we as Catholic lay people and Catholics in general, that we're kind of left to our own devices to decide for ourselves if the council has in fact spoken truly and that it needs to be adhered to, or that the liturgy was promulgated properly. And I joke and call it monocle man. That's on my show. I call those people monocle men, and that this is monoclism. But I really think that this is something that maybe the second time through, I'll see that maybe they did and said, yeah, it's infallible, and the church is, when it gathers together and you've got all these bishops around the world that are voting on this, and they mention how many didn't, but how many did, and the way that the church operated since then, if it is more supernaturalistic or naturalistic, if it is more Catholic and it's in the idea that Christ preserves that, giving us the kind of faith, the act of faith that says we believe these and all the other truths, right? That the Catholic Church teaches, because he cannot deceive nor be deceived. And we know that ultimately we don't trust in the chariots and horsemen of our own minds. We don't simply trust in the man, and I think this showed through maybe a little bit, and just tell me if I'm wrong later, that the man behind the curtain, because there is a God above the church, right? There's a God, there's a Lord that guides the bride's feet. And you want to see the real man behind the curtain when we talk about ecumenical councils and decisions of popes and everything else, it's the Lord. And so that's the real person behind the curtain. That's what we're talking about. And so to frame it this way frames it in a way that to me smacks almost like Ancient Aliens, like we're talking about the plotting and scheming of people and what they could do to upend and cause rupture and discontinuity and defy all the promises that our Lord gave to the church to assure us that this would be true to the end of time. And so I'll look this time to see if maybe I was wrong about that, but that was an initial impression that I had even from the get-go.
I was wrong. It is not Lucaro whose memoirs we have now, although it is still an insult to Lucaro, who is not doddering and did participate in a certain respect. We have Cardinal Ferdinand Antonelli, who is another secretary who never gets called the architect of anything on the concilium. When you realize that you have other people working on this, it mitigates a lot of this talk. But anyway, we'll continue.
And was the dynamic person.
He was a very good organizer. He worked long hours, and for the next 5 years, really, he worked assiduously on every element of the reform.
Pope Paul VI himself, and I quote, "No predisposition to change everything without reason must govern this investigation, the investigation into the liturgy, nor a hastiness to amend and revise everything. The guides must be a devout prudence and a reverence combined with wisdom." With the best will in the world, I struggle to see in the nuts and bolts of the reform, in the way in which it was carried out, that the concilium paid much heed to the Pope. They were hasty. Almost the entire Roman liturgy was overhauled within the space of a decade. A revision of almost everything.
Be thou my vision, O Lord of my heart.
Good morning. So let's begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. The grace of
Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy. Christ, have mercy.
As a choir director and as a singer, your default, if you will, or your starting point is Gregorian chant, which the church says is the greatest treasure that we have in the arts, greater than any other art.
Unfortunately, now there was just kind of a rupture where things stopped. And there was no need for composers to be trained to write for the church.
There's a real tension. There's a real tension between liturgical practice, as it's always been understood, and the way the Novus Ordo tries to grab your attention in order to, keep you awake, keep you engaged, giving you new ideas, having a theme for the Mass that, keeps coming back to something or other. That's what you do in a lecture. The great saints of the past, some of them were very simple, some of them were very complicated. Some of them were great theologians, some of them were unlettered. How did they engage with the Mass? It wasn't about understanding everything that happens, it's about devotion. So what does increase devotion? Well, like St. Thomas Aquinas said, singing, having it in Latin because it's a sacred language. You can see the care that's being taken. This is a sacred language, it's appropriate to these sacred rites. Having it in silence is a way of emphasizing its holiness. It's a way of exciting devotion. Now, all these things, people say, well, they're barriers to comprehension. Well, how important is that compared with the effect it has on devotion? And actually, how much of a barrier is it?
if the liturgy is an uninterrupted flow of vernacular words, then unfortunately, even if those words are about religious things, it makes it much closer to what we're surrounded with in the world all the time, which is this unending stream of noise and voices, journalism and television and YouTube and whatever. If you never have any silence, you could go through a whole mass and just walk out and never have prayed once.
The new offertory prayers in the Novus Ordo, which are substantially prayers for a meal, for a banquet.
Okay, so before we get I'll pause here because the offertory polemic is a separate topic, but I wanted to talk to Hassan a little bit about I agree that there is insufficient silence in the rubrics of the Novus Ordo. I mean, just per se. I don't necessarily disagree with the scholarship of the liturgical scholars that decided that it would be best to speak the canon out loud. They got that from specific scholarship of the early use of the canon. It's not impermissible, but I think it was decided by the Middle Ages that there were good reasons to go to silence, and I think that was a good reform.
It was shortly after Gregory.
I think that was a good reform, to be frank. And some of the attitude of it's a ressourcement attitude that tends into archaeism, that I don't necessarily like. I mean, so the idea about the kind of ressourcement we had was that everything decided in the Middle Ages, or most everything decided in the Middle Ages, was an unnecessary accretion to the liturgy. And I don't think that's true. I think that we should have evaluated many of the medieval reforms on their own terms and on their own pastoral qualities.
It's the same problem with the 1955 reforms, Holy Week. It's that lots of elements were removed from the ritual. The accretions from the medieval era that were grounded not so much, properly speaking, from the sources of theology, but from an interaction between the sources of theology and the temporal experience of historical circumstance. Now, they appreciated it for what it was in the time when it was relevant, and the symbology was made the meanings, the theological meanings, accessible to the people. But the problem is that many of these things have, strictly speaking, even if they weren't prescribed in Scripture, just like other accretions from across the first millennium, which for some reason get a free pass and don't often get considered in much detail as coming about because of historical circumstance, except for some very weird takes about early Byzantine imperial cult entering the liturgy. But I mean, I guess the problem is that there are lots of elements which you find from 1955 onwards being viewed, like you said, as medieval accretions, divorced from any meaning that they could have, grounded in the sources of revelation rather than simply the experience of historical exigencies. Now, my problem with these things is that my problem with this, on the basis of it being a criticism, is that the Vatican has made very clear multiple times since the Council that many of these things can be introduced as expressions of popular piety. In the Directory for Popular Piety, in fact, lots of old liturgical and paraliturgical forms of the expression of piety are actually mentioned. So it's not all like weird foreign things being practiced by weird foreigners who happen to be Latin Christians now that are permitted. That's not what the Directory for Popular Piety and the Liturgy says. But I've kind of been quiet for a bunch of this. But what I find most egregious here is not specifically the criticism of the Novus Ordo, because I have criticisms of the rubrics as well, just as many pro-reform liturgists do. My problems come from the way that they are trying to encourage love for the traditional rites is not grounded in any metrics for the objective goodness from the magisterium. They are entirely revisionist readings of what is good for a liturgical rite, and they just kind of emphasis on particular aspects, distinctive aspects of the old practice, which are good, but which they explain as good in these new and
Hassan,
the Anglosphere.
You were cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah, so some of the things which they're saying are idiosyncratic to the Anglosphere kind of like trad world, and this is one of the things that you notice is that the ways that they want to encourage a love for the traditional rites are not actually grounded in a traditional or magisterial understanding of what makes these things good. They don't know much about what the post-Tridentine theologians said about these elements, like sacred language, for example. And they also don't know much about what the post-Tridentine magisterium, or even the pre-Tridentine magisterium, had to say about the good of these different elements, like the proper character of sacred music and what its purpose as the dressing of the rituals.
It's they've got it almost entirely as an so the sacred language and sacred music is almost entirely couched as aesthetic, which is that's part of it. It's not, but that's not all of it. It's not appropriate. And the silence. The only other remark they've made is that if you don't have silence, you can't pray. Well, first of all, you can pray corporately, so that's not even correct. Liturgy is both a vocal prayer and has places for silent prayer. But I'm not even convinced that they know how you pray in silence, because I've been doing traditionalist stuff my whole life, and nobody taught me how to pray in silence except a couple of good guys and me. I teach people how to pray in silence.
Right.
It's because mental prayer gets mentioned once in a blue moon. So what are they doing in that silence? I don't know. I guess saying the Hail Mary in their head or something. I don't know.
Yeah, this is one of the things about the Mass that they don't seem to understand, is that the spiritual tradition lays out this kind of like routine for beginners, meditative mental prayer, and the phases of the Mass directly correspond to the phases of mental prayer. This is never explained. And the litmus test that I have for when somebody says, oh, but if you talk not to the recent converts to Tradism, but you talk to people who've been going to the Latin Mass for years, they understand and they have this intuitive awareness much more well. Well, my litmus test is to ask someone, what is the offertory? What is it for? And what does it have to do with your spiritual relationship with what's happening at the Mass as a baptized believer, right? Like what's going on? What's going on inside you and inside the church, which is reflected by what we are saying and doing during the offertory? And they can't give you a basic answer because they don't know what they're supposed to be internally doing during the offertory or any other part of the Mass. maybe communion, if you're lucky.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I agree with that totally. One of the things I've done on my show is talk about methods of hearing Mass, and we did an episode with Pax Domini. He's one of the guys over on Telegram. He's an admin. We had him come in talking about mental prayer, right, and what that was, and so many people were unfamiliar with it. But the method of hearing Mass, St. Alphonsus talks about it. St. Francis de Sales has it. I have a missal, one of those old prayer books, early 1900s, that has a method of hearing Mass that goes through, like Hassan was saying, the various phases of the Mass and the kind of reflections that we have that we're able to pray these prayers. And Father Lassance, a lot of traditionalist people like using his missal, but Father Lassance in his manuals for young men and young women, he has indulgence methods of hearing Mass. And a lot of people that I've come in contact with, they'd never even heard of this idea. It was, I follow the missal, I go through line by line, and I said, but this is a traditional way that they taught people to pray during the Mass to prepare their hearts and everything else, that you're praying in communion with the priest. And I just want to say real quick, man, the comment in the comment section about juxtaposing best with worst. The example was not the worst, okay, but I think his point still stands. And that's because, a lot of times trads will say that you got a unicorn Mass, EWTN, they'll reference that. My church is one of those. We have it beautifully, but if they would have done that, if they would have taken a Mass, which is beautiful, that's a TLM, and a Mass that's beautiful, that's a Novus Ordo, and they were to put that together, there'd be an optic of continuity for the viewer. And that optic of continuity would help to encourage the Novus Ordo Masses to rise up, right? That this is what this is. It can be this. And the incorporation of Gregorian chant, the prime of place for that, the prayers that are done in Latin, the altar servers, the vestments, all that stuff, all of that's present, and it's a Novus Ordo. And I think if they were to do that, but it wouldn't have played into the frame of discontinuity and rupture, and so it wouldn't have benefited them. And I think it's good. They can say it's a unicorn. I'd say, well, so is the steel man, right? But you want to use the steel man. You do not want to use low-hanging fruit. Use the steel man to make your case. And if they would have done that, I think it would have diminished their case for rupture.
I think it's got to at least be apples to apples. I mean, and I don't want to go on this too long because we want to get to the movie, but like they were doing when he made that comment, they were doing a spoken Novus Ordo Mass and a highly ornate Missa Cantata, a high level Latin Mass. Well, that's not apples to apples at all. Like you ought to at least be comparing low Mass to a spoken Novus Ordo Mass. And I mean, they set the old priest, very old priest, doing Lord have mercy, Christ have mercy, Lord have mercy. Well, I mean, if you got a doddering old Latin Mass priest, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, is not that much better for him if you can even hear it. Which you probably can't even hear it. So I don't understand why to act that way. I've been every parish I've been to in this diocese that does a sung Kyrie eleison, it's fine. So it's might not be as good as that Latin Mass Kyrie, but it's good. It's so I don't appreciate that behavior. It's insulting to musical directors, and it's insulting to an elderly priest, because there's plenty of Latin Mass elderly priests that can't make it sound good because they're old. It's inappropriate. And you would never do that with a Latin Mass priest either. I know a lovely old elderly Latin Mass priest who couldn't do any Latin better than that, and you would never put him in a video like that. It's not appropriate. But let's go ahead.
A Protestant style prayers taken from a Jewish supper prayer.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Yeah. This one. The Curia. Yeah. Let's. I want to. Schneider. is a beautiful man with beautiful thoughts and beautiful will. But let's just pause on what he's about to say to you about the new offertory. Where was it? Hold on, I skipped.
Sorry, prayer.
Okay, here he is. Well, it's not gonna let you have to just bear with it. The controls are terrible.
The new offertory prayers in the Novus Ordo, which are substantially prayers for a meal, for a banquet. A Protestant-style prayers taken from a Jewish supper prayer.
Okay, I want you to just process in your mind what His Excellency just said to you. Protestant style Jewish prayer. Protestant style. What do you mean? It's a Jewish Protestant prayer. What does that mean? What is it? A Hindu Zen prayer? What is it? A Muslim Native American prayer? What does that mean? That doesn't make any sense. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous on two levels, and I know what he means, and they'll go into it. But he thinks he's got two things he's running here. So one is the narrative about the adaptation of the Kiddush, the Jewish meal blessing, and we can talk about it. But the Novus Ordo is not a Jewish prayer per se. It is a ecclesial reworking of the Kiddush, which is a Jewish meal blessing. It's very different than just saying they took the Kiddush and put it in the Mass. That did not occur. But also he's got this background idea, which is very inappropriate and should be dropped from traditionalist liturgics, that if you talk about the meal aspect of the Mass, and the Mass is a meal, every sacrifice is a meal. There's no sacrifice in ancient world that you don't eat the sacrifice. It's dumb. And it's it's in the Bible about the feasting. It's ridiculous. You're at the wedding feast of the Lamb. What kind of feast? What do you mean? If they have this idea where if you talk about the meal aspect, you are diminishing the sacrificial aspect. First of all, I've got all the commentary from Bugnini himself on the reforms of the Mass to come. He doesn't diminish. This is Ottaviani, and it's dumb. He doesn't diminish the sacrifice at all. He thinks the sacrifice is real. It's just that not only Bugnini, but current scholars had thought that the liturgical theology of the church had unduly de-emphasized the meal aspect in a way that covers up what an essential part of the Mass. Like the wedding supper of the Lamb, the eschatological dimension of that is about a meal. Scripture makes it clear that Mass is also about a meal. A sacrifice itself is a meal. You don't have any sacrifice where you don't eat the sacrifice. They're all meals. That was a big part of the ancient world. It's not right to say that if I start to talk about the Mass as a meal, therefore I'm not talking about a sacrifice, and therefore it's Protestant. It is true that the Protestants went the crazy other way and talked about the Mass as a meal so that they didn't have to if they had an anti-sacrifice. By the way, it's not appropriate to say that every Protestant doesn't conceive of it as a sacrifice. That's also not true. But in any case, it is true that many Protestants did de-emphasize the sacrificial element or remove it for various reasons. But it's and favored meal language. But it's scriptural for there to be meal. It's a both and for us on that aspect. It's just not right to say that makes it Protestant. That's nuts. And the second issue is the Kiddush. Let me get you the Kiddush. Jewish mealtime prayer. Okay, let me just pull it up. So I assume that everybody knows No, that's not the one I want. That is correct, but Baruch Adonai. Baruch atah Adonai. And did you want to say, Hassan, did you want to say anything on that previous point while I pull this up?
I mean, I personally am uncomfortable with the reception of like like the okay. So the narrative that we have to go with here is what the church has been saying since Vatican II, and which the PBC has written a whole document on called "The Jewish People and Their Sacred Scriptures in the Christian Bible." In that text, you have like a very clear argument that there is some kind of valid continuity, although there are like significant ruptures because of the lack of the charism of infallibility, of course, between first century Judaism in the time of Christ, the rabbinical school specifically, and or the Pharisaic school, I should say, and the Tanaitic period, and then the rabbinical period that develops out of that. And then the real breakage happens once they start cursing us in their daily liturgy. And until then, the Christians actually, many of them see themselves as part of that Jewish religious community still, because properly speaking, this idea of religion as one religion and another was a little bit fuzzy still, right? So, I mean, what the narrative that's trying to be driven at now is trying to say is that we have things that we can learn from, not only those things in the Jewish tradition, which are strictly speaking things that Christ himself was likely to have said and done and had been part of the cultural norms of the time, the cultural attitudes of his society, but also the development of that and the kind of drawing out of corollaries of those things in the rabbinical tradition is to some extent something that's useful for us to gain insight from for our own beliefs and our own practices. I don't think that's entirely false. What I do find problematic is the taking of like later developed prayers and their like ecclesial like sort of like Christianization. I do find that a bit strange, but it's not like inherently objectionable. I agree. I don't really think it was necessary to come up with a prayer even like inspired by the Kiddush. It just seems unnecessary.
Yeah, so the reason this is okay. So I don't know if I want to talk. First of all, let me give you the Kiddush. So it is there's a when you're about to have Passover. When you let's see. When you're about to have Shabbat, you have this prayer at the meal, and so I'll just read it. I'll give it to you. So you start it this way, and you can compare this to the Offertory if you know it. Permit me, distinguished ones, rabbis, guests, and colleagues. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, creator of the fruit of the vine. Amen. Blessed are you, Lord God, King of the universe, who sanctifies us with his commandments and hope for us, and with love and intent invested us with his sacred Sabbath as a memorial to the deed of creation. It is the first among the holy festivals commemorating the exodus from Egypt. For you chose us and sanctified us out of all nations, and with love and intent you invested us with your holy Sabbath. Blessed are you, Adonai, sanctifier of the Sabbath. There's also specific. So there's also specific for bread. Let me make sure, because it wasn't. I think they used various sources. Over bread. Baruch atah Adonai. Blessed are you, Lord God, ruler of the universe, who brings forth bread from the earth. And over wine. Blessed are you, Lord God, ruler of the universe, who creates the fruit of the vine, which was in that other one. So, so we have some of that language, basically fruit of the earth and fruit of the vine. And of course, blessed are you, Lord God. But it's also obvious that the Offertory is adapted. So like, I mean, well, how do we phrase it? Because I don't want to be incorrect about that. Let's see, Mass today. I'll just pull it up for today. Mass today. The Offertory. Blessed are you, Lord God of all creation, King of the universe. Same thing. For through your goodness you have received the bread we offer you. Fruit of the earth and work of human hands, it will become for you the bread of life. It's not the same prayer. It's an adapted prayer. Blessed be God forever is our response. Blessed are you, Lord God of all creation, for through your goodness we have received the wine we offer you. Fruit of the vine and work of human hands, it will become our spiritual drink. Blessed be God forever. Pray, brethren, that my sacrifice and yours may be acceptable to God, the Almighty Father. May the Lord accept the sacrifice at your hands for the praise and glory of his name, for our good and for the good of all his holy church. That's not the same prayer. That's a ecclesially adapted and used prayer. Now, why did this happen? Well, because it's ressourcement. So if you don't know this, I'll tell you. In the Roman Rite, the offertory is really, really late. So, and I'll be clear, I like the medieval offertory. They still have it. They just have it in the ordinariate rite. And I really think it just should have been translated or had very little adaptation or maybe some reconnection to scripture or sources or something. But I think it was a good development. But it was a development. In the primitive Roman Rite, the offertory is like, I don't even remember, it's basically nothing. It's basically like while we're prepping the gifts, we like do the Curia or something. I don't remember exactly, but it's basically nothing. And so when they wanted to do ressourcement on the offertory, they obviously didn't want to remove the offertory because that was not appropriate. That would somehow imply that's not an offering to most people. But they wanted to resource it in primitive liturgical sources. But we don't have primitive liturgical sources for the Roman Rite. So we took the most primitive liturgical source for an offertory we have, namely the meal prayer, the Jewish meal prayers. Why did we take them? Because, well, the Mass and the Lord's Supper in the upper room is a Jewish meal, and the prayers that Christ is saying are probably something like the Kiddush. Might not be that exactly, but that's the primitive sources we have. Scott Hahn goes over this when he talks about the fourth cup and all that, but I mean, like, it's something like those prayers, something like that is the Jewish meal prayer rubrics were going on in the upper room because it talks about how the cups were blessed and all that. And so that's what something like that is what we're trying to do. Maybe it's speculative.
That's the problem. But that's the problem, you see. I don't believe we should be crafting changes to the order of the Mass based on speculative history.
I agree, but let's be clear. It was based on speculative sources of liturgics, not on this grand conspiracy to eliminate the sacrifice of the Mass and make the Mass Protestant.
Not on Ben-Hur, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, not on.
How dare you, River? How dare you?
So again, I don't defend the reform on this aspect of scholarship because I don't think this was a good scholarly move, but it was scholarship motivated by genuine liturgical motives. And that's a very different story. And I know Alcuin Reed knows that. But he better, or otherwise he's got a real problem. But I know he knows that. There ain't no way he doesn't know that. And it's inappropriate to get this section wrong because the trad narrative is this Protestant anti-sacrifice narrative. That wasn't what was going on at all. Like, just read the sources on the Reform history, and that's just not what anybody cared about. Nobody cared about eliminating the sacrifice. And the only people who made that accusation are Ottaviani and Lefebvre's ultra-conservative group that I'm sorry to say were losers. They lost. They lost at the council. There was too few of them to make any numerical influence. Paul VI wanted to accommodate them because he wanted unity, but they had no real power. They don't speak for the tradition. They don't speak for liturgy. They have an ideology. And it works through propaganda, and we're doing it again. Why can't you just argue the liturgy?
Right. I actually, on that point, I want to kind of do like some brief explanation of what has been gained and what's been lost through the writing of the change to the new offertory text. So the main difference between the two texts in terms of conceptual loss is in the first prayer over the host, right? So in the old use, the prayer goes, "Receive, O Holy Father, Almighty and Eternal, the spotless host, which I, thine unworthy servant, offer unto thee, my living and true God," and this is the important part, "for my countless sins, trespasses, and omissions, likewise for all here present, and for all faithful Christians, whether living or dead, then that it may avail both me and them to salvation unto life everlasting. Amen." So what's important here is that in the new prayer, we have the bread we offer you, fruit of the earth and work of human hands, it will become for us the bread of life. Now this is about, of course, it will become for us the bread of life is related to salvation unto life everlasting. So we have this salvific effect of the sacrifice, the salvific end of the sacrifice, but not the redemptive end of the sacrifice.
They put it in. It's now contained as if implicitly.
Yeah, because whenever you have salvation, you have this redemptive and satisfying effect as well, right? But the question here is like in terms of the conceptual content to be meditated upon, which is of course the point of having these prayers, that the congregation with the celebrant will commend thoughts on these things made prayerfully to God through the offertory. Because for a brief overview for anybody who doesn't know, the point of the offertory is that we take dead flesh, that's the bread and the wine, and they are offered up as dead flesh, that they may be consecrated and made living flesh, which will avail, as the priest says, both me and them to salvation. And what this is about is that while it's literal, this will actually happen, it's also symbolic of the church offering herself, everything which is dead flesh in her, that is, everything in us, say we're in a state of grace and we're going to Mass, everything in us which is not yet graced, everything in us which remains to be sanctified, is the dead flesh we offer to be elevated to divinization. And every meditation that we bring, based upon our experiences since our last Mass, or anything which has come to mind, which we have meditated upon, or which has been part of our meditations, now we commend to God in the liturgy through the offertory to be divinized, bring us more deeply, formally into Christ. And so that's the meaning of the offertory as an aspect of the Eucharistic rite. So the second part of the prayer of the host use goes, "O God, who in creating man did exalt his nature very wonderfully, and yet more wonderfully didst establish it anew. By the mystery he signified in the mingling of this water and wine, grant us to have part in the Godhead of him who hath vouchsafed to share our manhood, Jesus Christ, thy Son, our Lord, who liveth and reigneth with thee in the unity of the Holy Ghost, God, world without end. Amen." In the new prayer we say, "By the mystery of this water and wine," which is, of course, reflective and a lot more succinct, "may we come to share in the divinity of Christ, who humbled himself to share in our humanity." So it contains all the conceptual content of that much longer prayer, and it adds another conceptual aspect of Christ's humility in doing so. So I think that the second part of the prayer is, in a sense, actually better in terms of having more conceptual content. You can argue that density is not necessarily a good thing, but I think that it much more concisely contains all the same content and more. So there is actually there's room to say that everything about the changes is a loss, in case, like what I said about the first part of the prayer of the host is made you think that. That being said, I do think that I do agree with River that we probably should have just kept the old text, maybe slightly modified it or added to it if we really needed to.
Yeah, I don't understand why we couldn't have. I don't understand why you couldn't have done a resourcement on the standing text, or done a whole like you can look at the panoply of the Roman development on the Offertory or on Western rites, and done some kind of working. Like what I don't, it's a combination of two principles that I don't that I think were applied a little mechanically, and I understand how this happened given contemporary liturgical thinking at the time, but it's the idea of noble simplicity of the rite, which got interpreted kind of as a razor, just as a pretty reductive, and the noble simplicity of the Roman rite and the removal of and this is just Sacrosanctum Concilium stuff, the removal of unnecessary or undue accretions, or accretions, that purposeless accretions, etc. And also the principle in Sacrosanctum Concilium about making the liturgy amenable to the mind of the faithful now, which was done fairly conservatively, but still redemptive language was usually they want to it's not a denial, that's too far, but they usually want to tuck redemptive language into salvific language. They don't usually want to bring it out as a separate element. This happens with high church, like basically any integralist stuff that's essential to the faith is tucked away in other things too. Like Hassan was talking about how the regal imperial Byzantine imperial cult stuff getting into the mass was suppressed, even though that's before the Middle Ages. Well, because that implies integralist things about the liturgy that are to be suppressed because they're not compatible with how we view things any longer. And that's all. A lot of that is either a loss. It's a loss in a lot of ways, in the sense that it's a reflective loss, it's a meditative loss, and I don't think it was in keeping with, a robust sense of simplicity or a robust sense of going back to the sources at all. But on the other hand, it would be wrong to say, therefore, we're trying to make it like Protestantism. No, this was really, in fact, very, very, very Catholic. It was very in keeping with specifically how Catholics were working on the liturgy at the time, and not hostile to doctrine at all. Really, just a very, really particular take, and I think it was short term, but it's not this narrative, not this narrative at all. It's actually it's another narrative. It's a deeply troubling meditative narrative. But not this propaganda narrative. Let's keep going.
Let us have dinner.
And he was never in the church. And the offertory must express the goal of the Mass, which is a sacrifice and not a meal.
Oh, yeah, it expresses twice. So this is dumb. This is also dumb. The bread we offer you, the wine we offer you, it will become, it's implicit in it will become the bread of life. It is implicit in it will become our spiritual drink. Then pray, brethren, that my sacrifice and yours may be acceptable to God the Almighty Father. May the Lord accept the sacrifice at your hands for the praise and glory of his name, for our good and for the good of all his holy church. And then over the offerings, may the offering of this sacrifice be acceptable to your majesty, O Lord. Please to accept the charity of the most blessed mother of our only begotten Son, who lives and reigns forever and ever. First of all, blessed mother of your only begotten Son is not Protestant, but also is not anti-sacrificial. That's dumb. That's a silly critique. It's just silly, and stop. Please stop. I don't know. Please, it's in there. And in fact, also there's another thing here to go back. So like early on, if you noticed in this polemic, we're talking about how Latin's great and you don't need to understand everything. Now we've shifted over to, oh, the Latin that you didn't need to understand, well, it expressed things better and you understand it better through the Latin that you don't understand.
I want to actually, at the time I had to go away for a second, but I wanted to talk about the sacred language issue, because this is something that's very important to me personally.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the my problem with their explanation of Latin so far and its importance for liturgical practice is that it has basically received nothing of what the church or what its theologians and saints so far have said about the importance of having a liturgical language, period, or having Latin in particular. So there's one argument that traditionalists will often use, and of course they do, because it's one of the few romantic ones, which is, well, it was written above the cross, right? And this is used by certain saints. It is mentioned by certain saints, but that's not actually like the principal real reasons that are argued by the saints, especially after the Reformation. Like Bellarmine, for example, will make certain points. Somebody made this point themselves in the YouTube live chat, which was the problem of how vernacularization means that you have to check that every vernacularization isn't erroneous and doesn't depart from the sense of the prayer which is intended in the Latin, right? And what we actually had in the English-speaking parts of the Latin Church was that the official ICEL translation of many of the parts of the Mass was erroneous. And worse, some of the prayers were not merely erroneous, but had been fabricated by the translators who didn't like the theology of the prayers in Latin that were given to them in the Novus Ordo. And this is documented in Dr. Guido Stucco's book, God's Eternal Gift, History of the Catholic Doctrine of Predestination. And it talks about how prayers that focused on the primacy of grace were not only, weren't just badly translated, they were removed and replaced with de novo prayers by the so-called translators. And this is a big problem. And it wasn't noticed for decades. It wasn't noticed until the early 2000s when this was corrected. So
the revision. So if you don't know this, the revision was great. I still don't like the state of sacred language, but at least. So if people complain about who sacrificed himself for all, who sacrificed himself for many issue, that's the least of the problems in the English translation. The biggest problem in the English translation was was not the ordinary, it was the propers. Liturgists on the continent remarked on this. Everybody remarked on this, that the English translators, if they didn't like it, they just make up another collect, just edit out a whole thing and paraphrase. And if they didn't like something, cut it out. And that was atrocious. The propers are the propers in the old translation of the Mass are just god awful. And that was a travesty. And whoever did that in ISIL or in the United States should be punished.
Well, I want to draw to your attention that English is one of the major languages today, right?
Yeah.
And if this could happen in an ICEL translation, what about the very, very quickly approved translations in minor languages? What's going on there? Like, what horrors might be going on in some of these smaller languages whose translations have been approved? If we know that the approval of the English translations was hasty, what's going on in the translations of in the translations into small languages? I think this needs to be revisited, because we may have a big problem on our hands now, 60 years in, and we just won't know about it until a stock take is done, frankly. And this is why, as has been recommended by certain magisterial texts, especially from they're called the the Pontifical Council for Celebrations. I can't remember what they're called, but they govern celebrations in Rome itself and pontifical celebrations. And they have some documents on on the use of Latin. And there are lots of places where it's suggested that the Novus Ordo be celebrated in Latin at least every now and then. And one of the reasons you would do this is because it would be much easier to pick up on erroneous translations. That's one thing. People would know the sense of the relationships between the senses of the words in the vernacular and the senses of the words in Latin. And I mean, this is pointed out. This is one of the main reasons why we would have a sacred language in the Latin rite of the church, is because we have an identity, right? It's not just the Eastern churches which get to be these, like, wildlife reserves where they have a particular identity, like, where you're allowed to have a liturgical, like, in-group, so to speak. Latins are also a real group with their own distinctive patrimony. And because of that, the Latin language is supposed to be something which unites people, so that if I go to another Latin country, I can go to the Mass and there'll be differences in popular piety and certain legitimate local custom, right? But for the most part, I could follow it in my bilingual English-Latin missal, and I could participate just as fully as a Polish person with their Polish and Latin missal, right? And furthermore, if I'm East and I travel to another country with its own liturgical language, and I wanted to pray the office in common, I wouldn't be deprived of that by the language not being in a common liturgical language which unites us. This is something that Bellarmine points out. And then on top of that, you have an additional problem, which is almost like a prophecy that he proves true, right? Which I think is very interesting, is that he argues that here we go. Fourthly, if the sacraments are ministered in the vulgar tongue, a very broad door will be open to ignorance. For the ministers, that is the priests, will be contented then if they at least know how to read. And thus they will gradually forget the Latin tongue, and thus they will not be able to read the fathers, as in the Latin fathers, and hence they will not be able to understand the Latin patrimony's like understanding of the scriptures, right? Yeah. And if you have this, there's very little continuity between the Latin patristic church, the early post-patristic Latin church, the scholastic Latin church, and today. Basically simply be this cosmopolitan, generic Catholic kind of assortment of different national vernacular churches. And we will neither have that horizontal unity on account of our vertical unity with our Latin forebear, Mass or Scripture in tandem with that patrimony which we ought to receive. And so these are some of the important meanings for having Latin as our sacred language. None of these things, which are very consistent among the theologians after Trent, and itself, None of these things will be brought up in the documentary because they are more concerned with this veil of mystery, romantic kind of reason for wanting a sacred language, where the appeal of the sacred language is that you don't know what's being said, which is nonsense.
On top of that, they don't even stick to it because they also say that the veil of language you don't understand also helps you understand better. Those don't. It's dumb. It's dumb. It doesn't go together, and it's only, and they only think this way because of the liturgical renewal movement, which started to give people books so that they understood. So, but you can't play it both ways. You can't use the old romantic arguments where, well, we don't understand it, but that helps it because it's mysterious. But also, we do understand it because we read it in the missal at the same time. Those don't go together anymore. And in fact, it's obvious that the liturgy is not built to be unintelligible. If you, that mystery point that you want is the points of silence, because the medieval fathers knew this. The medieval fathers knew that this is more or less correct, that you don't talk the whole time, because there's time for interior mental prayer in union with everybody else. And that's the mysterious part.
The silence is the time to spiritually process, right? Like that's the point is now, okay, we just did all that. Now let's meditate on what we are doing, what we have done, and what we're about to do, right? That's what the silence is for. And actually, if we take seriously what the liturgical reform documents are saying, and what Sacrosanctum Concilium and Dei Verbum say, and what the post-concilium magisterium says about the importance of lectio divina or of the homily and things like that, if we took these things seriously, then the silences prescribed in the GIRM would be understood to be necessarily longer than they have been practiced thus far. Because we know that you actually need time to get the mental acts done, which ought to be done during those silences. It's not meant to be a mere symbolic pause in the liturgical rhythm and then you go back. It's not a symbolic pause. It's a practical necessity for the kind of prayer that we're trying to do, right? And I wanted to add here that the guy I really have a bone to pick earlier on here is Joseph Shaw, because what he was saying earlier about well, you know, among the fathers, are these not very intellectual people? Among the saints, are these not very intellectual people? They didn't understand what was going on, so why should we? And he says, so what if it's a barrier to comprehension? And then, and what if it isn't anyway? That's like tacked on at the end. And what if it isn't a barrier to comprehension? But before that, he says, so what if it is? Hasn't really explained how anybody is saying that all of these things, quote unquote, are barriers to comprehension. But what he doesn't seem to understand is that in mental prayer, what you're doing is you have these considerations which you've built up, the subject matter, that is to speak, and you're dwelling upon it, which are kind of like, if you imagine you're kind of gathering wood and making sure it's dry and piling it up. And then you have the affections, which are the heat which is generated from this fuel that you've gathered up. And the affections lead to resolutions, and for the asking for grace to carry out these resolutions, and so on and so forth. And then finally, you have the contemplation, the contemplation in the Mass being the reception of the Eucharist, the considerations being when read and when we listen to the homily, but in general also just the texts and gestures of the liturgy. And then the contemplation will be either spiritual communion or the staring at the recently consecrated host during the elevation. And during the silences, you will get glimpses of contemplation. And then, of course, during and after the reception of the Eucharist. And then after that, you have the go forth, the Mass is ended. And then you have the action where you go and put into practice your resolutions and go and actually do something with the charity that has been ministered to you in this liturgical sacrifice. So what's going on with Shaw is that when he says these things, when he says you don't really need to have any comprehension, you don't need to have this, you don't need to have that, he is cutting out that necessary catechetical aspect of consideration, of the giving of matter for consideration, and that's why he ridicules the Novus Ordo practice as like a lecture, right? And
yeah, he called it a stream of vernacular words.
Yeah, and he says of new ideas. He says, and not only this new ideas, he says, and you also for some reason have to have a theme that you keep returning to. I'm a bit confused because the TLM
that's in the old liturgy. Every collect is a theme that's goofy.
Right. Every single liturgical day on both calendars has a theme which is returned back to during the propers. Because the point of the liturgical rhythm of the calendar is that you have, through your own personal experiences and through the propers for the day, you have this prism of a means of approach that you're given towards God, approached in the Eucharist. You have this lens, so to speak, through which you look upon the Eucharist, which is different, which is new every single time you go to Mass, because your experiences will be different and the arrangement of the text will be different. And so the considerations and meditations that you bring to the table, literally, will be different. And so the way that you get to see the Eucharist every day is like seeing your spouse in a new light every day through new experiences with them and through new life events and by learning new things about them. And so when you're thinking about the liturgy as something where no ideas are presented to you, no teaching is presented to you, you're missing out a major aspect, secondary aspect of what the Mass is. Because yes, inherently the primary function of the Mass is, of course, it is a propitiatory and salvific sacrifice for the priest, for the congregants, for the church at large, and congruously for all of mankind. That's true. It's true. But secondarily, in order to amplify the efficaciousness, the applicative efficaciousness, that is, the actual effect in our receiving of that, right, and the efficaciousness of our prayer that we make in that, we have to have ideas that we actually bring as the dressing of that core of what the liturgy is. And that's what the church is doing in giving us the texts and these different gestures and the rubrics and so on. And it's what we contribute personally by our active participation, by our mental prayer, which we make communally at the Mass. And the problem with this idea of there being no teaching aspect to the Mass is that, first of all, it takes away what the homily is doing. Though strictly speaking, you don't need the homily because you still have propers and you still have the teaching, which is inherent to the readings and so on, right? And you take these teaching functions of the Mass and you divorce them from what the magisterium has said for hundreds of years about how they have a teaching function. And you say, well, it's not about teaching. It's not about new ideas. It's not about a theme that you return back to mentally, right? When Christ explains to us the Shema in the New Testament, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your strength and all your soul. Christ adds, and all your mind, all your nous, right?
Yeah.
So he's saying, bring your intellect to the table, right? Your intellect is implied in these three things which are mentioned by Moses. It's not enough to go there and have this kind of...
You fuzzed out, Hassan. Well, in any case, I agree. But I think we lost Hassan real quick. I'll let him come back when he comes back. We'll continue the thing.
Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the world.
Blessed are you, Lord, God of all creation,
who bringeth to us bread from the earth.
the bread we offer you, fruit of the earth and work of human hands. It will become for us the bread of life. Blessed be God forever.
The priest facing ad Orientem in the traditional Latin Mass, he's not, in a sense, he's facing away from you, but it's not all about you, buddy. He's actually facing toward the altar, toward what we are all doing, leading us like an airplane pilot. You don't want your airplane pilot to be facing the cabin. Things aren't going to turn out very well.
I'm conscious of that the one who brings us together
We just got Hassan back.
isn't invited into the conversation. So it's like you and I talking to each other right now, and the topic of our conversation is God, and he's behind us. And he's like, okay, I want to get in the conversation. I'm like, no, you can't, you're blocking me. I said, well, then it seems to me that if I'm moving back and forth in front of the tabernacle, the Blessed Sacrament, that I should genuflect. But even things like that where, don't really acknowledge that our Lord is there because the focus is on what's happening on the altar. But what's happening on the altar, and again, there it is. This wasn't an issue when the altar is up against the wall and the tabernacle was there and the crucifix was up here. So the whole tableau and everyone facing in the same direction, there was no competition between the presider's chair and the ambo and the altar and the cross. How do I say that what's happening at the altar is more important than our Lord in the tabernacle, when our Lord on the altar is our Lord in the tabernacle, and it's our Lord in the tabernacle who made it possible for us to come together and celebrate our Lord who's going to be on the altar? I mean, think about all this cognitive dissonance that creates for people.
I
converted. I had no cognitive dissonance. It's silly when Opus Dei does. It's silly when Opus Dei does this, and it's silly when trads do this. I think this is weird.
Well, this priest is well-meaning, right?
I agree with that. I don't think this is malicious. I just think it's a little silly.
Yeah, because what they've done is they've had like Michael Knowles as like his personality is supposed to be like lay Catholic public figure who is not a theology or liturgy guy, right? He's just your average guy doing other public things, right? And now they're going to go to, okay, here's your average priest man who likes the old use, and then next they're going to transition into just like old people who like the old use and wanted to find it after it disappeared, right? So that's what's coming up. But like this priest, he's well-meaning, but the one thing he doesn't mention here is the sacramental priest acting persona Christi. There is no competition.
Yeah, because Christ is the priest is Christ always. And also, I don't know. I don't want to go harp on this too long because we had a long tear a minute ago. But I mean, consider we didn't always have a tabernacle. We used to have a prix, that is to say, the Eucharistic dove, which would hang up there above you, and you'd lower it later. So you're not like this idea, like this is just peak one way or another against ad Orientem. I would have preferred ad Orientem should have been retained. The fathers of the council clearly didn't intend it, because I've got as far back as 1965 everything was to facilitate the possibility of versus popular, and that wasn't a good choice, to be frank. Yeah. I think there's limited cases, catechetical mass cases, where it might be beneficial, and I think that from everything I know about how the liturgical renewal movement worked, basically this is how it would go, and you can read old liturgical renewal catechetical texts that are like this, but like they come in and they start to educate you about the different parts of the liturgy, and when you get to what's the sacrificial part, the everything after the liturgy of the word, they want to start to do things like show you what's going on. And when you do that kind of catechetical stuff with the sacrificial part of the Mass, it does really generate a lot of interest. And then the people want to start to look at it. When you're doing ad Orientem, they can't see it. And so what tended to happen, at least as far as I understand, everybody that practiced this in the renewal, is that they turn around, and it's so that if they had a table altar available, they would turn around and so that people could see what they're doing in light of the catechesis they just received. And by the way, when you talk about this as with proper catechesis, in all the old commentaries around when considering this idea, with proper catechesis, this is beneficial to the people. Yeah, with proper catechesis and at the beginning. So when we all just learned what all that is, and now we want to see you do it, and we go, okay, and that generates interest. Now, guess what happens? 10 years later, after we've looked at it habitually, well, we're not in having just learned anymore, so that's not useful anymore. And so when you have a catechized parish, it makes sense then to turn back around, and now we're all, you know what happens, you know what we're doing. Now let's turn to the Lord, in the sense of liturgical East, not in the sense of there's the tabernacle. That's not even it at all. I mean, yes, you stick it, you could put it there and then it's kind of fitting, but you could turn liturgical East without a tabernacle. That doesn't have anything to do with anything, and let alone this idea that the tabernacle's in competition if you put it off to the side, or it, as I said, if you had the Eucharistic dove, like when you had the Eucharistic dove, was the dove in competition with the priest? And that doesn't make any sense. That's not the problem. The problem is with orientation. Then now we all are, as Ratzinger says, we're not closed in on ourselves. And there's other ways to try to mitigate that. But the orientation principle is the one that we decided that when you have habituated Christians, they understand it. It's very clear. Whereas just putting the cross on the altar doesn't clearly break that circle. But that doesn't, it's the narrative's all off. Yes, I agree. Let's turn back around. Yes, I agree that it's very few cases where ad orientem versus populum is useful, except catechetical cases where I think that's what I think the Reformed Fathers were working from. But that should not be very common at all. That should maybe be, I don't know, maybe a handful of masses a year. That's not how we should be doing things, but that's what crept in. But it's not this idea of competition between Christ in different locations. That's silly. Christ is all over the place in the Mass. If you want to talk about his different spatial locations, the priest is the center of Christ until the elevation. Doesn't make any sense. It's silly. But let's keep going.
St. Francis de Sales has an entire meditation how the prayers at the foot of the altar is Jesus in the garden, and the collect at the beginning is Jesus before Pilate. The triple Curia is Peter denying Jesus 3 times. When you turn around and say Dominus vobiscum to the people, that is Jesus looking at Peter at the moment that he denied him. When the chalice veil comes off, you're actually meditating on the scourging when Jesus was stripped. When you lift up the body of Christ, you're supposed to be thinking of Jesus being nailed to the cross. When you lift up the chalice, you're supposed to be thinking of the blood flowing as the cross falls into the hole. So every single part of the Mass has a connection to the passion of Jesus Christ in the Latin Mass. And so if you talk to a conservative Novus Ordo person, they'll frequently say, I go to Mass for the Eucharist. I go because Jesus is truly present. But if you talk to a traditional Latin Mass priest, he really has the sense he's at the full sacrifice of Calvary.
So that they may become for us the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ.
I want to point out that a conservative Novus Ordo, like you, Scott. You mean Scott Hahn? Scott Hahn, who made as a critical point of his conversion being at the foot of Calvary in that Novus Ordo Mass down in the college basement.
Yeah.
Everybody. I mean, I understand that many Novus Ordo people don't like fully internalize that message, but so do many Latin Mass Catholics not internalize that message. So that's silly. And disrespectful to many, many, many Novus Ordo conservatives who understand that they're at the sacrifice of Calvary.
And it's another one of those like correlation, causation, subtle things going on here with that, right?
I mean, it's a subtle point that many people don't grasp, and so they should be taught it. But that's a universal problem. That's not respectful to conservative.
And that's what led me. I mean, I went to. I've been debating Catholics for a long time, like a year and a half, on Zanga and different forums and stuff online back before Facebook and all that, and sitting there just going to town every day. And finally, it was Christmas Eve, and I went And that's what I felt like. I felt like I was at Calvary. And it was an amazing thing, this kind of uniting of heaven and earth in this crazy place. I'd never been in a mass in my life. I'd never seen one, never nothing. And I go to this place, and it was Novus Ordo. It was Novus Ordo. It was so powerful. I went back, and I knew that if I posted that online, I knew that my followers, a lot of the Protestants that have been following my work, they would range from this guy's insane to he's an apostate to, well, we saw it coming. But no matter what, I knew I had to, because it was such a profound thing. And it led to that place where I eventually told my wife, I woke her up one day and said, look, I'm becoming Catholic. I believe it. And you can continue going to church and using the car. I don't care if I have to crawl on my hands and knees. I'm going to mass. And that's not for some small reason. like that. I had to change everything. I couldn't even be a pastor anymore. I was a pastor. I couldn't be a priest. I was married. And so there was all these things I had to go to get a new degree. I made all those things. And so for them to minimize that for people, and there are a lot of individuals who have a misunderstanding or a limited understanding, insufficient understanding of what's happening there. But that's something that we catechize people for. And that's something that's probably been true for a very long time.
And Jeremiah, you've been a pastor. You know that when you know that even the stuff you teach every week, like
in 1 year, out the other, bro.
Yeah, people don't get, that's not how it works.
Yes.
Like communication is not, we said it and we put it in front of you, and therefore you automatically, there is when you teach people things, there is a average curve of failure. Okay.
Yeah.
That is to say there's a lot of stuff they don't get. And that's why you have to say it over and over again. And then eventually some of them kind of will get it.
Well, and it's like one of those things where, one thing about it is that anyone who knows marketing, right, and knows about advertisements, stuff like that, that jingles matter, right? For example, that it anchors in the brain, or the kind of choreography between jingles and slogans and images and moving images, all these things help for people to retain it. But do you know how many times somebody in a car listening to the radio has to hear something in order for them to even process that they've heard it?
What was it in marketing? I forget from marketing, but like 3 or 4 times, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Well, there's a rule, the Wizard of Ads, it's a dude who wrote a book. It's awesome. Wall Street Journal gave it, a top award for that year. He says it's like rules of 30s. Like you're going to have 30 times that you may hear this thing, and then you start to associate it. And then after that, it gets to the point where if somebody brings it up, that will trigger in your mind of that particular thing. But you don't even realize how frequently you need to hear it. And Monsignor Knox talks about this. He says you got these people who complain about the way the church is and stuff, and the way the lay people are, and this idea that the only reason people don't believe, or the reason they believe wrongly, is because they haven't read a catechism. And he's like, how many people have read a catechism who go to confession or believe these things? He's like, well, they don't know this because they haven't been catechized. You can catechize the daylights out of people. People are people. And priests would know this. Priests know. I mean, the homilists, people who are in day-to-day lives, you can tell somebody something over and over and over, but humans are quite complex.
There are no magic bullets.
Yeah, there's no magic bullets.
Otherwise, marketing would have already done it.
Yeah, it'd be over.
There would be, if liturgy was that powerful, marketing would be liturgy.
Yes.
If catechesis was that powerful, marketing would, by the way, there is that old, like those old 1920s ads, which are just like an encyclopedia article. It's not how it works. It's just people don't get stuff, and you just have to keep doing it, and you have to be patient with that. And that's it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
At the time he was betrayed and entered willingly into In a similar way, when supper was ended, he took the chalice. And once more...
We do want people to understand, but what about the 0 to 10-year-olds? They're only learning by what they see and what they hear. That's how they are learning about the real presence.
There are so many Catholics who don't seem
10-year-olds don't understand things.
to believe the Catholic faith. And it's not entirely their fault. If you're told that this, host is the literal body and blood of your Lord and Savior, but you are given it disrespectfully on your hand and you can walk away and a crumb falls, and that's not, who cares? It's not that big a deal. We are incarnational beings. We are incarnate beings. We have an incarnational faith. And what we do is going to affect what we believe. I mean, it's like this principle of cognitive dissonance. Sometimes when people's behaviors and their beliefs seem to disagree, they will change their beliefs. They will change their beliefs because it's easier to change.
And I'd say the same thing about disobedience. I'd say the same thing about discontentment and disobedience to the magisterium. Cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
I agree, but like we do, even those Novus Ordo masses he just showed are attempting to have physical discipline. That's why you come up and you bow before you receive.
Yeah, but also, yes, exactly, bowing before you receive. But that's like one of these things. We genuflect, we bow, we kneel, we stand, we do this and we do that. We say words out loud. Why? Because, yes, Michael, we are incarnational beings. It is helpful for our internal participation in the Mass for us to have some external expression of that.
Oh yeah, what is this idea? So we're incarnated. So we're incarnated. So we don't need to understand. That isn't.
I don't. What's going on with these guys?
So this is a confusion on the. Okay, this is a confusion between the necessity for a haptic dimension of the Mass. So that's the argument for the smells and bells and gestures aspect of the Mass, the haptic dimension. The haptic has to do with touchy-feely, pokey movie stuff, okay? And the cognitive aspect of the Mass. So that's a fine polemic when people are like, get the incense out of here, don't do all that gesturing and moving, you just need to listen. That is a liturgical thought, especially in Protestantism, but it shows up for Catholics every once in a while. And this is a fine argument against that. Yeah, we don't just understand. We're incarnational. We have bodies and move around and speak and blah, blah, blah. Of course. But because we're incarnated human beings, we also understand. So that argument doesn't work as an anti-cognitive argument at all. It's silly. It's silly pants. Silly pants, silly time. Also, the idea that you don't teach children to understand things is frightening. I actually run into this in talking to younger kids who grew up in the traditionalist movement, and they say things like, I say, so what's going on here in the Mass when Father's saying the stuff? And they go, I don't know. I said, what do you mean? And say, what's the Latin he's saying? What is that talking about? They say, I don't know. I said, what do you mean you don't know? I said, well, I don't read the thing. I just sit here and pray. I said, well, uh-oh. Here we go again. So if you want to throw the cognitive aspect out, good luck. But that's not correct. Not correct. It's an overcorrection. All right, let's keep going. Oh man, boy, oh man.
In the sky than it is to change the tangible.
I imagine after Vatican II, everyone thought we just have to move on to this new Mass. So why did you start searching for the old Mass?
Because we had a love for it that couldn't be extinguished. If I hadn't found it, I wouldn't be practicing Catholic today. I kept drifting until I drifted right out of the church. It was necessary for me to find it. I've been doing this for 40 years. But this is the one I'm currently working on. If you go look behind you there, you'll see I've got the back of it over there. And this is what I intend to use on the back of the vestment.
I want to come out early. I love these old women. I don't have a problem with these old ladies. These are nice old ladies.
And this is us.
Beautiful,
We were pretty much
beautiful
hippies.
women with beautiful
And then
devotion.
this is one of my favorite pictures too. We were messing around at a restaurant having a food fight. So we had lots of fun. I made it so I could put it in my purse so that I could take it out and show people, because if you haven't noticed, I talk about John a lot. So I was able to show people what, our life. We were invited to the first Mass of Our Lady of Mount Carmel Latin Mass community. It was about 16 people. We were in the basement, and we were sitting on bar stools.
I sat in a library for 3 solid months looking through the phone books to see if there was any place that listed the traditional Latin Mass. I wanted so badly. Labor Day in 1980 was the first time we went back to the traditional Mass. Every month, I would take all of the stuff, the portable altar and everything, all the accoutrements, pile them in the back of my station wagon, and then we went and set up for Mass. And then we moved to a Holiday Inn meeting room, and that's where we had the Mass for a number of years.
Why couldn't you just go to a church?
You couldn't go, not back then, you couldn't do that.
At the beginning, no one wanted us in the diocese. They called all the churches in the Diocese of Denver, and nobody invited us in to have our Masses there.
There was a lot of prejudice.
Oh, yes, definitely.
A definite prejudice. You were considered a heretic if you dare go to the Latin Mass.
Our priest here gave us a sermon that did not agree with somebody, and they snuck into the church and smashed a statue of Our Lady on the metal lectern. And the secretary handed it to me in a box and said, "You have a garden at your home and it needs to be buried in the ground." There was about 200 or 300 pieces to it, and I looked at John and I said, "Hey, you plaster and I paint. What do you think?" He pieced the entire thing together, and then I painted it, and we gave it back to our priest, and he thanked us so much for buying another statue exactly like his other one, and we flipped it over, and the inscription on the bottom told him that that was his. And word got out, and pretty soon we became a statue hospital, and everybody's statue arrived here.
Come on back. I'd like to introduce you to 3 priests. Wonderful, wonderful priests. And he wore his red beretta. This is Cardinal George. This is Bishop George. And this is Father George. They have a very special duty. Their duty is to introduce children from 6 to 60 to
I'd
the
rock that.
Latin Mass.
I love this old lady
Yeah.
and her priest
I
old.
sent one to Pope Benedict. He sent me a thank you letter. But I also sent one to Cardinal Orenzi. He wrote me a handwritten note thanking me.
Cardinal Burke has been one of her best customers.
Absolutely. And I've made berettas until my hands are ready to fall off.
She's better at that beretta stuff than I am.
Our neighbors would always laugh because they would look over and we would have a large Sacred Heart statue in our garage or pews, or they were always wondering what in the world we were going to be up to next.
I just wanted to say something real quick, man.
Attitude
The
of the Catholic Church.
and I think this is important. The idea for one, I sympathize with what they're saying, right? That there's something that they feel drawn to. I think the church has too. I think Benedict has. I know Pope Francis has. I know that that's one of those things. But they mentioned how they would have drifted away, and that I don't doubt it. I think there are people that's what would have happened for them, maybe, right?
Yeah.
But I was the flip side of that. My conversion and my return to the faith were both associated with Novus Ordo. both of them, and they were both on Christmas Eves. So Christmas Eve, the first one, Christmas Eve after I was an atheist. But the thing is that I drifted out of the church. That began when I was in the TLM and began drifting towards sedevacantism. And then from sedevacantism, drifting to that place where I could no longer, I said, I can't believe Catholicism anymore. And I was an atheist for 7 years. And it was the Novus Ordo that drew me back. It was going to that mass. And I bring this up because, as I mentioned earlier, I wrote the review that was done at 1 Peter 5 for the first episode of this series. There were some words added that said that I found God at a Latin mass. I did not write that. That became part of the title, and it became part of the blurb that was used on social media. And I had to respond to a lot of people who were mad at me because they're like, "Are you saying that you can only find God in the Latin mass?" And I didn't even know what happened at first. I had no clue. But that's what happened. And I thought, but I didn't say that. And that did not happen. That did not happen either time. Now, did we continue going to the Latin mass? Yes. But the reason for that was I was trying to sabotage my kids. I figured they wanted to go back. They wanted to continue going to mass. They were too young to remember when they would go to mass when they were young. And they wanted to go back. And I said, well, they're not going to have candy because they had it on Christmas Eve. And they said, we don't care. We really liked it. And I thought, okay, well, there's a Latin mass at this place. I'm going to go there because they're not going to like it because the Latin mass, right? They're not going to know what the heck is being said. It's going to be a low mass. And I was wonderfully wrong. My kids enjoyed it still. But now my kids go to a school, a Saint Maker school, man. I mean, we're talking Saint Factory, Leader Factory, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. Novus Ordo, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. The church is a parish. We have Novus Ordo Mass every single day. We also have the Latin Mass on Thursdays at the school, and on Sundays we have a Latin Mass. And it's a very vibrant community, and they've informed each other, right? As Benedict said, we are living out what Benedict talked about. But I just wanted to say that because there's a lot of people, and the movie kind of frames it that if you go there, you're not going to believe the sacrifice of the Mass. You're not going to have reverence. You're going to do all these things, and you may just drift and drift and drift away and not realize that a lot of the people, in fact, I would contend here, insofar as they've embraced a kind of enthusiasm for themselves, and in some ways, kind of a crypto sedevacantism that says, yeah, I say the Pope is still the Pope, but I can just reject and resist to his face the general vision and the encyclicals and the documents, and we can support even illicit ordinations and stuff. That when that happens, to me, that's drifting away. And I think that this movie, in fact, is maybe a sedevacantism making factory. I think that it's one of those things that more and more people are going to say, I don't have to listen to the church, or I think the church is sabotaging the faith, or I think that it doesn't care. At best, it's indifferent, right? The kind of error of Honorius to say they didn't do anything when it was going wicked bad, and that they've lumped in with this idea that it was a magisterium. It was an ecumenical council. It was a pope, and the popes after that, and that can only lead to some really wild-eyed conclusions. It just does. And like Noel said, there's a cognitive dissonance here that doesn't seem to put that tether beliefs and behavior. And I think that that's one of the things that we're learning more and more, is that beliefs and behavior cut both ways, and that's just the nature of how this works. And we can see it here. And so I just wanted to say that, to clarify, and to say that it cuts both ways, and it does not present it that way in this film.
And I don't want to go on very long because I do want to try to finish the film. But
that's the end of what I wanted to say.
But that's a true reflection. But I was going to say, so there's a lot of archaeology in my conversion, but I converted from a very critical Nietzscheism and Marxism. That's at least a lower level in my conversion, pre-conversion. And what was tripping me up into atheism or into various positions that I now totally appall me was this critical spirit. Nietzscheism especially is about, it's not just criticism, it's this critical, creative, libertine freedom that you get caught up in. And so there's two things that relate here. So these older ladies, yeah, they're great old ladies, and I love what they're doing. I love their dedication. And then there's that moment in the middle of the testimony where they say, you know, we were doing this and we were drawn to this, and you were a pariah and you were an outcast. And that was true. This was in the 80s, in 1980. Yeah, because people were still enthusiastic about the new mass, and people were still enthusiastic about the changes in the church, and the reality of the malaise of that was going to come over the church hadn't dawned on everyone. Like they showed very early, they showed that warehouse full of Catholics doing a Novus Ordo mass, and they obviously made it up to be irreverent. But did you see that warehouse? It was like 5,000 people. 10,000 people in a mass. Where have you ever seen that? Not even at the Vatican. You could draw that for a mass. Yeah, you could in the 70s. That'd be weird. But there was still this belief that there was an enthusiasm and a renewal that was just on its way. And so a hyper reaction against the old way of doing things was still around. And yeah, they were oppressive to people who saw things differently. This was before the 80s, before the 90s, where we started to realize that some of the things, it's certainly way before now, we started to realize some of the things were dissatisfying, and some of the social changes were going to ruin people. And but when you get in that place where you realize you're right about something and you're stuck on it, it's criticism. Criticism is all right, but where you can't let it go and your response is creative, rebellious freedom, not just in the church, but in the whole rest of your life, it'll destroy you. The lack of obedience to even custom, even stupid custom, the binding force of customary law, the total lack of obedience, the total lack of any willingness to obedience to that, it'll destroy everyone around you and yourself. It's the native satanic rebellion in the soul. It's pride distilled into your life, and you will always find it always starts with a just cause, but it'll take you right down to hell, and not because your cause is unjust, but because it is, and because you identify yourself with that justice to such a degree that you'll abandon everything else that's important.
That's why Monsignor Knox's the first phase of the cycle of enthusiasm is otherwise good people taking otherwise good things too far.
Yeah.
And that's the reason. And it's also why Pope Leo XIII, in his profound encyclical on Christian obedience, right? Christian citizenship, talking about obedience not only regards to the state, but also to the church. He cites Pope St. Gregory the Great, talking about even if you are right to judge the prelate that you have seen do something egregious, to see a grave sin, to know that they are advocating a position regarding a point of doctrine that is worthy of censure, even if you are right, there's a certain way that we're to behave in that situation. And I think that it's essential. So many traditional people, so-called trads, would disregard this and say they'd come up with some reason why not to accept this encyclical. And you're like, but it's the most clear, concise, and the deepest of any analysis that I've seen in a papal encyclical about how otherwise good people, right? Otherwise good people, even if they're judging rightly, that they're advised not to do this, and instead to have fear and trembling in this way. And say, if you read that advisement and that admonition from these popes, you wouldn't fall prey to this. But I love that they grant that they would be right. Those popes grant that even if it is just, even if you are right about this, and it is in fact a grievous thing, and it is in fact deserving of censure, because that only strengthens the argument. Because the retort oftentimes is, well, they don't understand. It was a different time and place, and they didn't have the crisis. And I say, but they just pulled the rug out from under you, because they're granting the legitimacy of the criticism, but they're saying that there's a pride, a false zeal, a false kind of pride that comes with this, that slays the church with the sword of your word, and it no longer subjects itself to regulate itself, its thoughts, words, and deeds, according to the divine constitution of the visible church, which no man can change. And I said, it's huge, dramatic. And I think I would encourage people in that place to find themselves on that side of the spectrum of obedience and disobedience, or the false obedience that of the book that Dr. K just finished writing, that they would return to that and look at that and revisit and ask themselves, even if their arguments are right, even if we grant that, what ought they then to do?
I'll just, per example, if you don't think this has devastating spiritual consequences for you and you personally, and I don't just mean in relation to the church, go look at the public's, and it's public, and he's never repudiated it. Go look at the public scandal of Mel Gibson and his family and his life, and see what this kind of pride does to your life, and not just publicly in embarrassment. I mean interiorly, what he suffered with anger and how it's harmed his family. And that's not just, you think he's the only one like that, and you hadn't met 10 men like that? I have. All right, well, let's keep going. And if you don't know about it, you don't have to look at it, but it's well known.
Many, many centuries, in fact, for the whole of church history, is a deep reverence and respect for the inherited tradition.
The analogy which is most often used is that the liturgy developed organically, very much like an organism, like a plant.
Here
like
we
a tree.
go.
You have the same tree.
Oh, yeah.
It grows.
The
it
liturgy is a
becomes bigger,
tree.
It becomes more beautiful. But sometimes, leaves fall off and parts of the tree can disappear, but the organism stays alive.
What Christ our Lord gave to the apostles was a kind of acorn, right? Here's the new covenant in my blood. Here is my body and blood. Here's the sacrifice of the cross made present for you in mystery. And the apostles took that and they began celebrating that. And they added, and their successors added to it. They surrounded it with the most fitting ceremonies. The rate of change in the liturgy slows down over time. So you have a lot of development in the first 500 years. You have a fairly significant amount in the next 500 years, but less, quite a bit, than the first 500. Then the 500 after that, we're talking now from, say, 1,000 to 1,500, is certainly an embellishment, an adornment, an enrichment, an expansion of what's there, but nothing fundamentally new enters in that you could say, oh, we've never seen that before in any form. And then finally, from 1,500 to the present, there's a period of great stability.
I love this tree
constancy.
that can make no more branches. We've drawn a tree that
I'm gonna.
Of the liturgy,
Can
but
we
it's
pause
a
it there
bit
for a second?
slowly,
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
plant
yeah,
is
yeah.
growing.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the topic that we have done a lot of research on in different aspects, you and I.
Yeah,
And I think one of the things you and I have both done, I'm not sure if you have actually, I can't remember. Did you read Father Alcuin's book?
A little. I didn't. When I got to reread it, but I've skimmed it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's. It's the thesis itself is a problem.
Which part of it? So you mean just which part that?
I think that his concept of organic development does not enough account for the aspect of actual institutional. So first of all, it's not a passive ratification by the institutional authorities of changes that are already being pushed for or in practice liturgically. Often they are things which the authorities have received from theological thinking themselves and are implementing as part of an agenda of theological consideration or
Right.
counter-heretical action, right?
So stop real quick. So I want to. Okay. So there's a lot of pieces of this, but let me give you. I want to give a polished up example that everybody knows. What's that? For Corpus Christi, Thomas Aquinas wrote, or at least is supposed to have written that hymn, right? In the old rite, correct? Did we lose him? In any case, Thomas Aquinas writes that hymn. Did you notice that? It's a whole piece stuck in the liturgy from a single theologian at once. Think about that. think about what you're saying. That commissioned, by the way, for him to do. Like, what did that come up out of the ground? Like, we have constant in the history of the liturgy. We have and I talk about this. I don't want to be too hard on Reed because I sort of get it. So there's an idea. Okay, first of all, organic development is a phrase that's in Sacrosanctum Concilium. So he didn't make it up. I thought for a while they made it up, but then I looked into it, and he is drawing from magisterial sources. Nevertheless, his conception of it is both wildly metaphorical. So, I mean, nothing strict. I wish the phrase was in Sacrosanctum Concilium, because nothing organically develops literally except plants and animals. Okay. And the church is the body of Christ, but like the rites in the church are not alive in that sense. So it's, first of all, it's a metaphor. It's an analogy. Second, Reed has a 1970s, 1980s, 1990s anti-bureaucratic ideology that, so like, if you want to think about it, like it was real big in the Thatcher era. It was real big in the Reagan era. It's that ideology that's behind Republican small government thinking. Also, it's a tacit critique, or rather, actually, explicit critique that Alistair McIntyre makes. But it's this idea, and I don't think it's thought all the way through in this instance, but it's this idea that there's something wrong with bureaucratic committees, and that something about both their operation and management and products is bad and has to be rejected entirely. And he imports it into how he thinks about the liturgy. The problem with this is that prior reforms to the liturgy, they weren't done with a modern bureaucracy, but they were done with an ancient they were done with a monastic bureaucracy often, or with a curial bureaucracy often. It wouldn't be like we do bureaucracies just so now, but I mean, like, if you get the Curia or you get a sub-department of the Curia on a rite and they're working with monastic libraries and monks, that's just a committee meeting in different terms. So his model of what goes wrong in the concilium is it's meant to be anti-modern, and it's meant to say that, look, the concilium was taken over by a modern ideology, but it would chop up a lot of activity that he thinks is organic if you really thought about what he's saying.
I do want to say though that there is something to be said for a kind of organic, which is that there is a kind of disruption in the the 1900s kind of like ideology of top-down redesign, the ideology of like managerialism, which it's certain that the Novus Ordo suffered from, and which Vatican II itself suffered from.
I agree with that. That's true. Managerialism is inappropriate, but you can't full-blown, like, you can't go into mystical organic development. Like the mediating concept is supposed to be renewal movements, spiritual movements. That's the mediating concept. Like, if you want to think of the past, when Dom Prosper starts the renewal of Gregorian chant, that's not, I mean, it's clearly a kind of bureaucratic idea. Clearly, it's a kind of group that's doing something. It's a special interest. But they start a movement.
Yeah, well, remember that the Gregorian chant kind of like research movement. The whole idea was that they wanted some ideology or some form of Gregorian chant and its interpretation of how it ought to sound, and how the pneumos are supposed to be, the sounds that they signify are supposed to be identified. Remember that the whole idea was that they were competing with other schools of thought in other monasteries. The Salem monastery led by Dom Prosper, they were competing with other monasteries with their own ongoing projects, with their own interpretations, to be seen as authoritative. And actually, at first, Salem was not seen as authoritative. It took a switch between, I can't remember which two popes it switched between, but actually, initially, it was the St. Gall interpretation that was taken as authoritative, not the Salem interpretation, and then it switched. So we could have ended up with a very different sounding Gregorian chant, like modern concept of what Gregorian chant sounds like today, if things had gone differently.
And on the basis of managerial choices.
Yeah, and I want to, in case people listening don't know, Gregorian chant was effectively lost for hundreds of years. And for some intents and purposes, it is still lost, in the sense that the Gregorian chant, which is practiced today, is a reconstruction with some creative license taken by the people who are interpreting the manuscripts. And I want to also add that the religious orders have their own received chant traditions, like the Dominicans, like the Cistercians, like the Norbertines. They have their own chant traditions, which they have maintained and obviously developed, changed in different ways over the hundreds of years since they began. And I want to add on top of that, that this idea of this lack of change to the liturgy is that one of the major changes is in music, and the actual way of offering liturgy, both the liturgy of hours and the Mass, is very different from Quo Primum onwards to 1962, because of the massive proliferation of an increase in polyphony, far beyond how it had been practiced in the 1500s, far beyond how it was practiced when the Ars Nova began earlier on in the second millennium. And it actually does change the texture of the Mass and the experience of the Mass and the intelligibility of the prayers of the Mass very significantly, to the point that Benedict XIV, in his encyclical Annus Qui Unc, which you can find on the papalencyclicals.net website, I highly encourage reading through that. This is one of those texts that it should be read, but no one does, on the ontology and end of sacred music. It goes through Augustine, a bit of Jerome, some Aelred of Rievaulx, and then some medieval authors, going through the historical understanding of the Church, of the purpose of the use of music in the Mass, of what it's for, and what its effect upon the offering of the Mass is. And what you basically find is that there is this very big change in the post-Tridentine era, where there are lots of theories why this happens. Some say it's a counter-reaction against the extremist view of simplicity in some of the reformers in their liturgical traditions. But you have this kind of like Baroque and then Neo-Baroque and Neo-Gothic interpretations of liturgical aesthetic, which is all about being as elaborate and materially aesthetic as possible, without much regard for things like the intelligibility of the prayers, or things like the capacity of the prayers for their being properly meditated upon, and so on. And so you actually do have this very big development in how the Mass is chanted, and not only in terms of the style of the chanting, the way that it sounds, but also things like using polyphony to fit more text into what is being chanted. So you have like this. This is the accretion of lots of texts, that many of which had been forgotten about and then remembered after more accretions had come about to replace them, were all put alongside each other, which is how you go from the early medieval Mass to the late medieval Mass and the like 1962 Mass, where you have like some liturgical festivities going on for like 5-6 hours. If anybody was going to during Holy Week this year, especially if you were going for the first time and you actually attended a lot of the services, you'll know that it takes a lot of prep. It takes a lot of work to get going. It takes a lot of work to maintain, and it takes hours. It takes hours to plan for it. It takes hours and hours to clear up afterwards. It takes hours and hours to decide what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. And it takes it. The actual liturgy itself can take 5 hours, right? And that wasn't present in the first millennium, and it wasn't present in a lot of the medieval era. And it came about, like I said, because of this discovery, the cyclical discovery, loss, and rediscovery of accretions to the actual texts. And the way that people used to get around this sometimes was they would actually pray 2 different parts of the text, the mandatory text, at the same time with 2 different parts of a choir. So you obviously can't be meditating on all the text because it's going on literally at the same time, so that they can make the psalms go by faster, right? And this kind of thing happens not only in the Liturgy of Hours, but also in some of the longer prayers in the Mass. And that's a huge problem. But if you try to actually do it properly, if you try to do the liturgy in the way that Benedict XIV talks about, you might end up doing the liturgy all day, most days of the year, if you're going to be doing the whole Liturgy of Hours in its Tridentine form and all of the Mass, and you want to do like the Mass of the day and the memorial, and you might want to do a votive Mass. If you do these things, you're going to be doing liturgy all day, right? And
even Clear Creek, even trad monasteries don't do all that.
Yeah,
It's
impossible.
To be some compression.
Yeah,
but it also I don't know. We don't want to go on again. Have to maybe finish the movie, but when people say there's such stability, and you saw that tree they put up, that's the ordinary of the Mass. Yeah, there's a lot of stability in the ordinary of the Mass, but then you want to generally. But then you want to talk where there. But what about the propers? Well, those change pretty frequent. Never mind the office. The office. If you're the rite of Saurum office, I'll just throw that out. Just throw that out at random. We don't worry about it.
I was getting food when you push play. Did it get to the part where the guy said that he'd look to see any changes in the Mass, and it kind of went through showing different parts that were knocked out? Have we gotten there yet or no?
No, we're getting there.
Okay.
Right now we're talking about they were talking about the history of development of the liturgy, and they're simplifying in such a way that's just not. It's. I mean, Reed knows better, and in his book he's not so bad, but they don't. They've got this idea that by the Middle Ages it's all done, and then all of a sudden we sped it up. That's how it's gonna set up. Well, that's not quite right.
Slowly. And then
here's this tree.
There's no moment when you can discover a rupture in the growth of a plant. He can make, some small light changes in the ritual, but only for the aim of more preciseness, of more clarity, of more sacredness.
Bishops and cardinals in procession at St. Peter's Basilica, where Pope Paul presides at a special Mass for both the Synod of Bishops and the world.
After the concilium had worked on the Mass for 3 years, it was time to get the bishops' approval. So at the 1967 Synod of Bishops, they unveiled the new Mass for the first time. And this is what happened. These are the bishops' actual responses.
The beginning of the Mass seems empty. People need to realize that if they want to approach God, they must free themselves
let me
from
go pull
evil.
this book up.
Why are the names of Our Lady, Saint Michael the Archangel,
And these are
John the
voiceovers.
Baptist removed?
This is the only
It needs
time
to be
they
enriched with
they
signs of the
cite
cross,
Bugnini
genuflections and
directly.
bows. The Offertory is impoverished. I call for an end to liturgical changes.
It is not easy to cut one's ties with age-old practices. open oneself to new horizons and force oneself to accept the demands expressed in the signs of the times.
It is difficult to appraise the value of the revised order of Mass. A liturgical text reveals its value only after lengthy experience of it. We will have to see, therefore, whether the young will find the spiritual food that their ancestors found in the Old Mass.
Like all bishops, I offer my sincere thanks to the concilium. After studying the new Mass, it was clear to me that few of the members of the concilium have ever been parish priests. The new Mass would reduce parish congregations to mostly women and children.
The road to union with our separated brethren.
Here's the quote again, the false quote again.
Remove every stone from the liturgy, every prayer from the Mass that could even remotely be an obstacle or difficulty.
That's just not.
All these changes have but one justification. A senseless ecumenism that will not attract a single Protestant to the faith, but will cause countless Catholics to lose it, and will instill total confusion in the minds of many more who will no longer know what is true and what is false.
The law of prayer is the law of belief. If there is to be more emphasis in the Mass on Bible readings than on Eucharistic prayer, the faith of both clergy and people will be weakened. There is more need than ever today to stress the real presence of our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament. No change in the Mass should be made which might seem to throw doubt on this doctrine.
It is always unpleasant to revise holy prayers which have nourished the Church for centuries. But no one should find reason for spiritual discomfort in the prayer of the Church.
I assure you that we will examine with the greatest care each and every one of your observations, since these are the fruit of long and diligent pastoral experience.
3 years ago, 99% of these bishops had signed the Vatican II document on the sacred liturgy. But now, after seeing what revisions actually took place, many lost confidence in the reforms, and the bishops were split in half. So Paul VI removed the president of the concilium, Cardinal Lecaro, and called Bugnini into his office.
Now you alone are left. I urge you to be very patient and very prudent. I assure you once again of my complete confidence.
Holy Father, the reform will continue as long as your holiness retains this confidence. As soon as it lessens, it will come to a halt.
This is what Vatican II said. This is what the bishops signed. Sacred music must be preserved. But in 64, the sung parts of the Mass were replaced by new vernacular songs. The vernacular may be added to some of the Mass. In 67, this became the entire Mass. That more scripture be added to the readings, but the concilium removed over 40 scripture verses from the prayers.
It was not 67. In 65, permission was also already possible to do that. It was immediately possible and contemplated by not only Bugnini but the Pope. And this is heavily. I can just give you the sources on this, but all of this was already contemplated. So this is because people don't read the instruction on the implementation of Sacrosanctum Concilium. The instruction on the implementation of Sacrosanctum Concilium already anticipates almost every change made. It doesn't. Now, it's correct to say that it doesn't anticipate how exceptions ended up being norms, especially on the general use of vernacular. But the idea that, so first of all, the narrative is confused because it's already made it clear that Bugnini had the Pope's full confidence. So the idea he snuck something in is making sense.
Well, I wanted to bring something up too that I mentioned earlier on. And that is, in the priming of it, I said, for one, people may downplay the fact that he said, and these are them in their own words, and then played a video of a reel-to-reel turning on. and then had voiceover actors, right? Voice actors do the voices of the various people. The pictures were themselves kind of priming in the way that you had the dark shadows and stuff, the shadowy figure. You're starting with the idea from the get-go. This is a really shadowy guy, but you also, again, have that where I said that it comes off almost naturalistically, that we as Catholics we're at the behest of whatever conspiracy somebody can possibly get away with, even if it's a council, even if it's promulgated by the Pope, even if it's done and enacted and done by bishops around the world, the church around the world, and saints, that's not preserved. There's no, as I said, I don't know if there's been any mention so far of the charism of infallibility at all. And instead, you have this conspiracy thing going on, the man behind the curtain, and the idea that if you can just wiggle your way into that place and manipulate, that the Lord's up in heaven biting his nails and saying, man, I really hope it doesn't play out badly. There's nothing I can do, darn it. And that to me is a real problem, because the entire narrative smacks, in my opinion, of a kind of naturalism that is not a supernatural idea of how we understand final documents and promulgations, but instead is at the behest of the chariots and horsemen of our own minds and the deceits of our hearts and stuff like that.
Well, here for me, it's real quick, because I have a scholarly background. So let's just fix this real quick. Let's fix this all at once. Here, I'm going to show here. This is amazing. Watch. This is how this is what is beautiful about scholarship. Here you go. Here is the actual book that they were working with. Let's see the actual account, shall we? Let's go back to the tape. Let's see. On the normative mass at the Synod of Bishops. Let's see. Liturgical schema already prepared. He made some point when he said, let's see. And this is an experimental mass, not the final mass. Everybody knew it was transitional and not final. The point was to show it to the bishops to get their feedback. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. The material was prepared and sent to the members of the concilium. It was decided to compile a lengthy comport, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. On October 1967, Cardinal Curia opened the synodal discussion of the liturgical schemas with a vigorous report. Immediately following this, a supplement to the report on the liturgy was read, explaining 4 new Eucharistic prayers, the variants of the formulas of consecration, the introduction of the Apostles' Creed to the Mass. These further liturgical matters were described as papal queries, etc. Let's see. That same day, we saw the first interventions on both the report and on the supplement. 9 fathers spoke. On October 25, 21 more. On October 24, 16. On October 25, 17, or 63 in all. So not the handful of quotes we got. 19 fathers expressed their views only in writing. On Monday, October 24th, the normative mass was experimentally, here it is. On October 24th, the normative mass was experimentally celebrated in the Sistine Chapel. The fathers were given a booklet containing the chants and prayers of the Mass and of Eucharistic Prayer 3, which was here used for the first time with the permission and the wish of the Pope. The secretary of the concilium separated in Italian. Pasqualetti was lector. The music was directed by blah, 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 blah. The Mass was to be thought of as a Sunday Mass in a parish church with the participation of the congregation, a small choir, a lector, a cantor, and 2 servers. The readings were taken from the 19th Sunday after Pentecost in the Ordo Lectionum in the new organization. The entire Mass was prepared solely for the celebration. The chants were taken from the Gradual Simplex Schema 4, which is chant Mass. It must be said, flatly, that the experiment was not a success, and even that it had an effect contrary to the one intended and that played a part in the negative vote that followed. Few of the fathers were disposed and ready for the experiment. This was even more true of those who had grasped the value and essential character of the normative Mass. The majority of the fathers entered the Sistine Chapel with their minds made up and ill-disposed to the new Mass. The ceremonies and chants had been worked out in the smallest detail, and as far as these were concerned, the celebration went very smoothly. The setting, however, was completely unsuitable. In the first place, the Sistine Chapel lends itself to elitist, not popular celebrations. Most important, this is not necessarily a correct translation, but he means high level, detailed, elite, top tier, not elitist as in classist. Most important of all, the congregation was in a false position. The fathers of the synod had to imagine a fine assembly of ordinary people present in the hall, for it was with such a congregation in mind that the songs, rites, language, and tone of the homily had been chosen. Instead, the fathers saw around them a gathering of illustrious church dignitaries. The Italian language and the many sung parts were further obstacles to participation. The celebration must therefore have led many of the fathers with the impression of something artificial, overly pedantic, and quite unparochial. Some of them thought that such a mass could not possibly be celebrated in a parish. The very term normative suggested incorrectly that all parts sung in the Sistine Chapel would have to be sung always and in all circumstances in every parish. Other fathers accustomed to individual celebration found this mass to be impoverished by omissions of the priest's private prayers. Still others, incited by the dogma of the real presence, looked with concern on any reduction in gestures and genuflections and on the lengthening of the liturgy of the word. In short, the changes in the Mass seemed too radical. The vote on the 4 papal queries took place October 24th, and on the other 8, 4 in the Mass, 4 in the office. On October 26th, the outcome of the 2 votes was communicated to the fathers on October 28. During the debate on the liturgy, 2 press conferences on the subject were held, blah, 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 blah. The vote was taken October 24th, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Should 3 other Eucharistic prayers, in addition to the Roman canon, be introduced to the Latin liturgy? Of the 183 fathers voting, look at these numbers.
Yeah.
Of the 183 fathers voting, 173 said yes, 22 no, 33 yes with qualifications. A juxta modum. The qualifications were these. The Roman canon should always have a place of honor and be used on Sundays and more solemn feasts, which is, by the way, the present instructions. Very precise norms should be set down for use of each prayer. The choice of prayer should not be left to the celebrant. That is in the norms, but that's not what we do per se. But de facto, that's not what happens. The new Eucharistic prayer should be restricted to special, well-prepared groups. That was rejected. Before the use of the prayers is allowed, they should be submitted to episcopal conferences for study, and the faithful should be carefully instructed in advance. Sort of happened. 5, there should not be only 3 further Eucharistic prayers, but a good many more. This is the Belgian people, I assume. These should be taken from the Eastern liturgies. Furthermore, the episcopal conferences should be granted authority to compose others proper to them. That sort of happened, but nobody cares now. 6, the Roman canon itself should be revised to facilitate its use. That was rejected. Should the words quo pro vobis traductor be added to the formula for the consecration of the bread in the new Eucharistic prayers? Of the fathers voting, 110 said yes, 12 no, 63 yes with qualifications. Should the words mysterium fidei be removed from the formula of the consecration of the wine? 183 voting, 93 said yes, so this is a controversial one-ish. 93 said yes, 48 no, 42 yes with qualifications. 1, the word should also be omitted in the Roman canon. This was not done. The word should not completely disappear from the liturgy, but should be used as an acclamation after the consecration or in some other formula. This is what was done.
Yeah.
The verb efficandor should be put in the present tense, as in the parallel passage of Scripture. I don't think that was done. Should authority be given to the episcopal conferences on the use of the Apostles' Creed as well as the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed? Of the 183 voting, 142 said yes, 22 no, 19 yes with qualifications. The concession should only be made by the Holy See. I think that was a dropped issue. Queries.
Yeah, so he goes through this in extraordinary detail.
Yeah, queries.
No.
Is the structure of the normative mass acceptable on the whole? 71 fathers said yes, 43 no, 62 yes with qualifications. So the impression that it was all no is false. It was either generally the strongest party is yes, and the second strongest party is yes with some qualifications. And those qualifications are, by the way, the read mass and not the sung mass should be normative, which is what we do and is not great. It is easier to celebrate a read mass on Sundays and feast days. That's horrible, but that's the actual group. The conferences should be free to make timely adaptations according to the requirements of regions. The entire schema needs to be enriched, especially with signs of the cross, genuflections, and bows in accordance with the desire of many people. Some of that was done, obviously not to the extent of the prior liturgy. The prayer said by the priest privately should be kept. This was done, sort of. Nothing should be left to the discretion of the priest. Obviously, it wasn't done. The liturgy of the word seems too long by comparison with the Eucharistic liturgy. I don't know if there was any rebalancing. The conferences should have a good deal of freedom in choosing the readings. That was not done. There should be more numerous moments of silence. That was not done adequately. There should be no moments of silence. That was what happened, basically. But that was not what's done in the rubrics. Observations on the liturgy of the word. The Curia should never be omitted. I think that's what's done. The Gloria should be kept according to the rules now enforced. That wasn't done per se. After the liturgy of the word, blah, 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 blah. Observations, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. The next thing that was voted on. Should all masses have a penitential act which differs according to the liturgical seasons or to the circumstances? Of 108 fathers, 108 fathers said yes, 23 no, 39 yes. That was what was done. During the period of experiment, should there be 3 readings at Mass so that after that period and in light of pastoral experience, the problems of the number of readings can be settled with a better understanding of what's at issue? 72 fathers said yes, 59 no, 41 yes with qualifications. This is basically what happened is it gets shunts to solemnities. 3 readings. Should it be permitted to replace the antiphons at the introit, offertory, and communion with other songs? If the conferences judge this is good. 126 fathers said yes. This is terrible, but 126 fathers said yes, 25 no, 19 yes with qualifications. That was a low controversy one. That's what gets you the music you don't like, by the way. One of the lower controversy questions. So that's the reality of it, and not what you got.
How did they have such little foresight?
How did they have such what? Say it again.
How did they have such little foresight?
So the way I think about this is, and I don't know how well known the psychology on this is, but stuff is different when you first see it than when you've been dealing with it for a long time. And you get a very different effect when you're working with something for 30 years than when you're working with something for even 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And if these same fathers had been asked about it 30 years later, I'm sure these would not have been the same votes. So that was a problem. But it certainly isn't what you just got on the narrative.
My internet is having troubles, but I wanted to say that. Oh, okay, my bad.
No, you're all right. Keep talking.
Yeah,
I just put you back to the video.
Let's leave it until. Yeah,
okay.
Let's leave it until the internet.
Let's go. Let's go ahead. Yeah.
Latin must be retained, and Gregorian chant has pride of place. But in 69, Paul VI said, no longer Latin, but the spoken language will be the principal language of the Mass. We will lose a great part of the incomparable Gregorian chant. Finally, Vatican II said there must be no innovations unless the good of the Church genuinely and certainly requires them. But in 69, the concilium wrote that the altar should be built apart from the wall so that Mass can be celebrated facing the people. This is not just for new churches, but for the adapting of old ones.
Individual parishes did not raise or get thousands of dollars to rip out their altars and make massive architectural
You're muted
changes
there,
because
River.
there was a spontaneous movement across the world.
Unrelated
it was actually
talking, don't worry
promoted
about
from
it.
the highest levels of the bishops in the Vatican. And Paul VI believed in this. He was hoping that this Mass would really spark a revival in the faith because people would be able to participate more. He really hoped that it would do that.
You find him saying, oh, the great beauty of the traditional liturgy, the great beauty of the Latin language, but we must sacrifice all of this because this new liturgy is better for modern man.
We don't know exactly how the early church used the scriptures during its liturgy. What we do know is that as all of the liturgical rites matured, the Roman, the Ambrosian, the Byzantine, the Armenian, the Coptic, they all went with a one-year cycle. I don't know a great deal about the history of the decision to move to a 3-year lectionary, but I do know that it was motivated by an admirable goal, which is to expose the faithful to as much scripture as possible. And that is the advantage with a 3-year cycle. You get a lot more quantity. But I do miss the quality of the 1-year cycle.
Lots of scholars have lots of very, very complimentary things to say about the new lectionary, in that it's so obviously better than the old, primarily because we read more of the Bible. And that, well, self-explanatory. You read more scripture equals more better, without really much of a consideration of, well, precisely what is read. And I struggled in vain for a few weeks to try and find any sort of detailed comparison of the old and new lectionaries. And it eventually occurred to me that, well, nobody's ever really bothered to kind of line them up.
Incorrect. Pause it for a second, man. I just very quickly.
Go ahead.
This was done by Father Cicada, a sedevacantist, and he did it for. You can actually see a video online where he talks about it. He breaks it down, says what was removed, what was there, etc. And he did it in a book called "The Work of Human Hands." Yeah, Father Cicada. So when he says, "I looked for a couple weeks, I never," and lo and behold, it's one of those things that, like, if you think you've got a good idea, there's probably at least 3 people who've done it before.
Well, he means in mainstream liturgical literature, in which case I think he's the
that was
guy
sold by Tan. That was sold by
He is actually the guy who did it.
He's the
Hazel
guy
is
that did
actually the
that
guy
big
who
one.
did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hazel is actually the guy who wrote the big like lectionary comparison.
I didn't know Cicada had done. When did Cicada do Work of Human Hands? The
2010, I think.
Oh, did this guy might have beat him to it. When did he come out with that comparison, Hassan? Do you remember? I don't remember.
So this would be the guy then. This would be the guy, not Cicada.
Yeah. So if he he might have came out after Cicada about the. I don't know if it was in the. I don't remember if it was in the aughts or the 2010s.
This is Index Lectionum. He did this he published it in volume 1 was published in 2016. So Cicada beat him to it.
Cicada beat him to it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
this is like this series is like the series. The one Hazel is doing, like, I mean, this is just Index Lectionum, a comparative for the ordinary and extraordinary forms of the Roman Rite, volume 1. And this is 270 pages.
So this is the standard bearer for that. Yeah.
This is
I actually agree to a certain extent. So I mean, we'd have to weigh some things off, but I don't think that the 3-year cycle was thought out all the way. And in terms of like in terms of, even if you wanted to do it didactically, which is obviously the purpose of saying more scripture, well, then you need some psychology of education to assess like how plausible it is that a 3-year cycle can be absorbed, a 2-year cycle. There were alternatives, by the way. There was a 2-year alternative that was barely explored. How well a 1-year cycle is absorbed, if you want to do it didactically. And
do you know about the 2-year cycle for the second reading in the Office of Readings that was originally in place?
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, they so the problem is that they had like a kind of like liturgical reform schizophrenia going on, where on the one hand they wanted to make the new Liturgy of Hours accessible to the common man, something which everybody could take part in, that it would be the prayer of the church. And then they realized that if you add this like massive amount of text, prohibitively expensive and voluminous for a normal person. And so they ended up having to massively cut that away. And but now, like on the if you buy Universalis, you can actually access the larger version. So I think I think the digital format has made like a bigger liturgy of hours accessible to normal people. But the thing is that this also happened with the lectionary to a big extent. And not only this, but this is one of the main things Hazel points out, is there are big problems with the lectionary insofar as you have this weird thing where unnecessarily there are like lacunae in the lections.
Yeah, that
like,
part, and they'll talk about that part is a disaster. That should have never.
And it makes no sense.
You start cutting out stuff, and that I don't think Sacrosanctum Concilium had stuff like, yeah, it's not necessarily in accord with modern minds that, for instance, you eat, drink sacrilege unto yourself when you take the Eucharist, but and you're in mortal sin. But that's not the stuff we cut out.
Yeah, but that's you're thinking here of a lacuna insofar as it's a shortened version of the passage compared to the old one that was used.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that
you're talking about theological lacunae. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that they will take a passage of scripture. They'll say like say verses 10 to 20 of a certain chapter of scripture, let's say, and then they will actually cut out the majority of the text between the two with ellipses and make the reading not correspond to what is actually found in the Bible. There will be mass sudden changes in theme in the middle of the lection, right? Because they will have cut out parts of the passage. And that's one of the things Hazel points out is like he goes through some of them and he says, what on earth could possibly be the reason why you would cut some of these parts out? And if you look on his Twitter, one of the things that you see him do consistently is just go through examples from his book and just show people how obviously problematic some of these choices are. They don't make any sense. And I mean this is the thing. I think reintroducing the Testament to the lectionary is a very good thing. The way that the lectionary ended up being constructed is just like objectively a disaster.
Yeah,
I just want to clarify. I only brought that up about Cicada because they're about to show numbers, and for the sake of the movie itself and where they went optically, showing specific numbers, highlighting specific conclusions. That those things were already that's already in the ocean, right? We already know some of this stuff, and that predated him.
Well,
I'm glad you brought that up about him being the standard basically for this at that point, because his work on the issue is vastly more expansive and deeper, right? The breadth and the depth of his work on the subject is far beyond what Cicada did in his work. And as I said, I knew when I saw the numbers, I'm like, I used to use those arguments as a set of Acantas. In fact, I used to use images that were shared by Cicada and others, even in the videos that he made about them, the highlight videos from various chapters that are very similar to this in the way that it's framed. I don't want to jump ahead or anything, but where they'll show blocked out the introductory portions of the Mass and the end portions of the Mass without bringing up the fact that the parts that are blocked out and they're really jolting, that those were added much later, including the last gospel as a private devotion, in fact, is what it started with, as well as the Leonine prayers, but the optics of it. And so that's the only reason I brought it up. I didn't mean to imply anything more than that. And I'm glad that you brought that up to clarify for people and even for myself.
For me, so this all starts to fall. So I'm being very positive on the critique of the lectionary right now because there is stuff to critique. But like in a minute, they're going to go off into space and it's about, we subtracted this and this many prayers, and who cares? That's not the point. It's not just that we subtracted prayers. It's what did you subtract? Why? What did you add? Why? What did you fail to add? Why? That who cares? It's just number. This isn't just setting two rights next to one another and we privilege the old one. It's the failure is specific failures. Otherwise, it's just right chauvinism. I don't care about that. What I care about is the ideas and the work. But in any case, yeah, there's a problem in the lectionary. I don't have a problem with that. That's correct.
An oration is basically one of the, in this context, it's a prayer. 669 of them go missing, about 52%. There's only 165 were unchanged. There's only about 13% of the prayers of the older missal that make it unchanged into the new missal. But as I say, more than half of the older missal just kind of goes missing.
The reality of divine judgment, our need for grace, our need to repent. These are theological themes, and they've been removed. Almost all of them. So even references to grace, vastly reduced. We need to be confronted with these things precisely because we've forgotten them. We're in danger of forgetting them.
The very conspicuous one is St. Nicholas. So the collect for St. Nicholas in the Old Mass beseeched St. Nicholas by his prayers to save us from the fires of hell. And he's jolly old St. Nicholas helping us and saving us from the fires of hell. What a great helper. But the reformers didn't want to talk about the fires of hell. And so they put a new prayer in there which took away the fires of hell.
The most terrifying and horrible example of this is the omission of St. Paul's injunction that if we receive the Blessed Eucharist unworthily, we eat and drink our own condemnation. That appears nowhere in the modern lectionary.
The passage in the new Mass stops before you get to that point.
A profound teaching of the Church, but which is excised from her worship. And if we remember the importance of the lex orandi, lex credendi, well, if that doesn't appear in our worship, how on earth are we supposed to believe it?
A lot of it had a certain mindless aspect to it that I don't understand. Someone just took an axe to it.
Every single line of the liturgy of the Church, whether it was the divine office, the Mass, the other sacramental rites, the blessings, every line was debated, analyzed, dissected, and reconstructed by the concilium. I mean, this is unprecedented. There's not even anything remotely like that in the history of the Church.
There has always been a clear understanding of that which has come before needs to remain intact. There is, at times, a manner in which we speak about the ordinary form as if it were something created out of whole cloth and new, which, to a certain degree, that is true, and then has severed itself from the history of basically, almost 2,000 years it existed before.
See, Pope is not an absolute monarch whose will is law. Rather, he is the guardian of the authentic tradition. That is why, with respect to the liturgy, he has the task of a gardener, not that of a technician who builds new machines and throws the old ones on the junk pile.
How difficult it is to take an ancient building in hand and make it functional and habitable without changing the structure. Peripheral changes are not enough.
115.
There has to be a radical restoration.
I actually really like this this graphic. This was actually kind of fun. Kind of disturbing, but it was fun.
It is simply a fact that the council was pushed aside. For instance, it had said that the language of the Latin Rite was to remain Latin, although suitable scope was to be given to the vernacular. Today, we might ask, is there a Latin rite at all anymore? These forms of liturgical renewal are not simply identical with the council. Someone who does not think that everything in this reform turned out well is therefore not an opponent of the council.
I think over time, more and more people recognize this, that, yeah, a lot of mistakes were made. Things were done hastily. We didn't really recognize that by changing the architecture, changing the orientation of the altar, changing the language, changing the mode of communion. In fact, they rewrote the liturgy for 7 sacraments. Change, 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 change. And what did we see happen?
We were supposed to have a new springtime in the life of the church. The new liturgy was supposed to attract people to the church and sustain people in the practice of their faith. Well, that's 5 decades ago now, and if we look at the statistics, the churches are emptying, not filling up. The new liturgy hasn't stopped the hemorrhage. It isn't filling up the churches.
A collapse in attendance, a collapse in belief in the Eucharist, even a decrease in infant baptisms, a decrease in adult baptisms. Are there cultural elements that led to these things? Of course.
Hey, Hassan.
Of course. Yeah.
Well, so on me, I've always wondered, so it's obvious from the Reformation, it's obvious from numerous controversies in church history that belief in the exact nature of the presence of the Eucharist was always a difficult belief. Do we have preconciliar numbers on acceptance of our teaching on the Eucharist among the laity?
What do you mean by that? Like,
Well, when we talk about collapse of belief, we usually use. There's been a number of polls over time. I think Pew did one. So that's considered the most authoritative now. So we have contemporary numbers on how many who identify as Catholics, which is a terrible group, but how many identifying as Catholics believe that the Eucharist is the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus Christ, as the Church teaches, and that number's right. It's 68% of those who go regularly, which is not great. Yeah. How high was it historically?
How are we supposed to know that?
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So I want to know, like we said, it's led to collapse. Well, how do you know that?
This part actually really upset me. I did a series on Reason and Theology about secular age, Charles Taylor, and the book How Not to Be Secular by philosopher James K. Smith, and where he kind of summarizes it and stuff. And one of the things about this, it talks about the history of the church and how there were various reforms, various changes that were made throughout history, and most of them driven by otherwise good ideas, like trying to better understand nature because of the incarnation, or understanding human psychology, like the Jesuits, because we were uniquely created in the likeness and image of God, being ensouled creatures. So to understand ourselves was a profound thing. Then these things in happening that way, it altered, it kind of shifted and jolted our worldview, our understanding, even just what Charles Taylor calls the social imaginary, that for the first time, after a number of various changes that happened within the realm of thought, the interplay between philosophy, politics, techniques, etc., that through this, the social imaginary got to the point where people could imagine, rightly or wrongly, they could at least imagine exclusive humanism. And that they could say, well, nature, we know now, we may have started out reading it because we wanted to know God's, natural law. We wanted to understand how nature operates. But the more we did, we weren't seeing Jesus in the microscope. We weren't seeing him in the telescope. We weren't seeing him when I dropped the ball to the ground. And you began to reach a place where people could say, I no longer have need for that hypothesis.
Yeah.
And that has a dramatic impact on the modern world, in that people, they say, I can see how you would believe that, but it's harder to believe that It's more demanding, requires a greater diligence in our apologetic. But he downplays that in saying, yeah, were there cultural factors? Of course, but my magic bullet theory. And I'm like, dude, no, that is the idea that would make it so that we just simply would no longer, we wouldn't be facing what we're facing now. It totally ignores that everything I just said and the lead up, right? In fact, decades of lead up that built to that place where this was even beginning to happen. And it's like a real, I don't mean to dog any boomers watching, but it's a real boomer narrative to be like the 1960s with the hippies, that kind of thing. And they started this film out that way, saying the 60s were all the change and the church was getting in on the jazz. And it's like, this was developing for years before that, decades before that. In some cases, centuries going back. If you want to pinpoint your start at Martin Luther, if you want to do that, you can go even further back, but that's where Charles Taylor starts it, just for the sake of his argument and the narrative. But it's like they downplay that idea that all of a sudden why don't people believe in the real presence? Because it's easier to imagine a world where it's exclusively humanistic, it's an eminent frame, it's entirely naturalistic with natural operations, and with the advancement of ideas regarding whether it's evopsych, whether it's a natural religion, saying like, what's the groupish behavior, like an E.O. Wilson style thing or a David Sloan Wilson style approach to it, Daniel Dennett approach to it, that in that world, it's easy. You can at least imagine that those claims being made have some kind of validity. They don't. I contend, of course, they do not. However, that's not the point. The point is the average Johnny Q and the average Sally Sue sitting in the pew. Those people are surrounded by secularization that has developed over time, that's impacted what they believe, ranging from stuff about miracles, doctors, all sorts of different things that developed over that span of time. And to frame it in this narrative, I think, it displays a terrible kind of ignorance as to how this came about. And instead, it just has this magic thing that it's like, the last thing I'll say, it's like Ronald Knox in his book Enthusiasm, he talks about how there's this idea that's prominent within a lot of history and textbooks and stuff about Martin Luther one day got up and said, I've had it. And he nails the theses up against that wall. And he took that stand and it just kind of came out of nowhere, right? And he's a magic man. And all of a sudden from that point, that single point, that's all it was. And Knox said there was a lead up to this, what he calls the underworld of medieval heresy, where he talks about the various kinds of heresy that made that so that once that happened, it just blew up because it was like kindling wood. And he said, so it was all primed for that over, in fact, a decent amount of time. And it was in an underworld. And a lot of it was in the underworld too, in the lead up, the centuries leading up and the decades leading up to Vatican II is in the underworld and only began to start to emerge, which is the very thing that Paul VI talks about when he says the smoke of Satan. He's talking about science. When he says that, he's saying that science that should have brought in light, and that's just one of the many factors that Taylor and company bring into play, that should have brought light in to illuminate the world we have, to better understand it in God. And instead, it's brought in enormous amounts of doubt, enormous amounts of confusion and doubt, disobedience, negligence of the people, and specifically on matters that in the past were taken for granted. And it's because the social imaginary being expanded in that way, we could no longer just simply take it for granted. What Ronald Knox in his apologetics manual recognized as an attack on Catholic presuppositions in his advance for the idea of a new apologetic in the book Proving God that never got finished. But in that book, he saw this coming. And we're talking, what, 1930?
Yeah.
We're talking, and so we're talking older.
And I want to say on this point about, so obviously the narrative is, look, liturgy changed, so it made people not believe in doctrine correctly. Well, I want to be clear. First of all, this was already a problem long ago, before the liturgy changed. But second, what's happened, it's happening now, is that the first response to social revolution after the Hassan, I alluded to this earlier, but I'll talk about it again. The first response to the French Revolution in Catholic pious circles among sort of educated laity was not return to proper doctrine, but rather a romantic retrieval of Catholicism in a romantic form. And what does that mean? It means, so the first popular response is, so the symbols and the rituals and the shape of the Catholic life create a mysterious atmosphere that cultivates in us feelings that the revolution has helped to destroy. And that's a certain kind of attempt to recover piety. But what you'll notice is that the early response is not a doctrinal recovery at all. He thinks that explicit like articulations of doctrine are in fact, they're not really what we're after. We're after a feeling. And when you have that attitude, which is a similar attitude here, but not fully thought out, you don't actually get the doctrinal recovery you want. So why? What am I saying? The liturgical catechesis is, unless it's told to you in the liturgy, implicit and, as it were, veiled. When the guy holds the host up to you, it's not obvious what's happening. It's veiled. It's symbological. And the symbological reception can be received in numerous ways. And the traditional response to just say, look, you get the symbol back and you make sure the symbol's super forward, therefore they'll get it. No, not at all. They might not get it at all. It depends on the reception of the symbol. But if it depends on the reception of the symbol, that it can't just be that the symbological is present, it also has to be the catechetical and the didactic. It's not sufficient to just try to buttress the symbol.
And
that's a problem here, because the idea is that if we just lift the symbol back up, then we get the doctrine back. No, you lift the symbol back up with the rest of it. Otherwise, you get darkness.
I want to. There's a big example of this is in Theology of the Eucharist in trad circles, right? So this is one of the big ones, and everybody's always kind of like taking the mickey out of your average Novus Ordo attending, not very well-read or religiously educated Catholic, who has either they don't believe in the real presence at all, or if they do believe in the real presence, they have like a kind of weird, overly symbological view of it. And then when you get to some of the trads, they think that Christ is locally present in the sacrament like a piece of flesh, right? They don't understand the symbological meaning of the accidents, because they either don't understand what Trent says, or they don't know anything about the traditional teaching. They haven't been taught about it, and so they don't actually understand the significance of what they're watching or what takes place at the altar. They don't understand that what's taking place is a sacramental but non-literal separation of body and blood, just as in the bloody sacrifices of old and on the cross, you have a separation of like real blood from real flesh. But in the Eucharist, it's only sacramental, but under both sacramental kinds, the body and blood are both fully present. And kind of because they don't have the ability to understand this, they think of Christ as being located on the altar. Christ is being located on their tongue. Christ is being located on the floor of the Eucharist.
Which generates this competition idea as well.
Right. But it also creates this sense not of like, okay, well, it's a matter of reverence to not allow there to be crumbs of the Eucharist which are visible on the floor, right? But then it goes from being a matter of reverence to crying hysterically because there are chunks of Jesus lying around on the floor or something. This is a huge problem. A lot of trads have got a very strange and overly carnal view of sacramental presence, where they think that the relationship between the accidents and Christ's substance is the same as that inherent relationship of the accident of bread and wine before the consecration. They don't understand what is said in the liturgy itself, when we say that it's what we see by faith, not with the eyes. or what the fathers have said through all of history, or what the Trent says itself.
Mysterium fide.
Yeah, that's what it means.
I wanna-
What is hidden. Sorry, yeah, go.
No, it's okay. I got to get going. My kids are home and stuff like that. It's been a lot of fun. I wanted to just say though, Al, in the comments, somebody brought something up because I mentioned that it was a magic bullet theory. It said, wait, is, quote, the church should have been a bulwark against cultural revolution, end quote, the magic bullet theory. No. If for no other reason than to be a bulwark is any person or thing giving strong support or encouragement in time of need, danger, or doubt. Religion in this sense is the bulwark. In fact, the magisterium is a bulwark. The papacy is a bulwark. The mass is a bulwark. The sacraments are bulwarks. These are all together a megazord of bulwarks to be this like super mega dope bulwark. But the idea is that within that, the very definition of it is that there may be a time of great trouble, a time of terrible need and things going on all around you. And that provides you that strength and that support and that encouragement in that time. That doesn't assure you that you're not going to experience a decrease in priests or a decrease in nuns or a decrease in belief or a decrease in orthodoxy, because those are the very things as to why you may be in danger or in doubt or in need. And so that idea, and I look and I say, sometimes people say, if it just would have been like that, we would have been soaring high. We'd have so many priests just all over the place, left and right. That is to diminish the impact of and the apologetic demands on us now in this modern world where the social imaginary has shifted to such an extent that exclusive humanism is imaginable. It's wild. But the thing is I look at it and I say, you know, that if we can appreciate, number one, that all of that stuff could have continued to happen, and in fact, in all likelihood would, because that's the actual smoke of Satan. That's part of the smoke of Satan idea. I agree with the Pope about that. Totally. Yes. We look at a world now where it's hard to believe those things. It's difficult to believe those things. That's true in so many aspects of our lives. And the idea that if it just would have been this, all of those things would have been cush, all those things would have been fine. It just would have been onward and upward from there. And we'd be like rocking steady, like St. Thomas Aquinas in the day of, Christendom. I think that's a fake story. It's a lullaby for people that they're not appreciating the apologetic. And it makes it easy. It makes it easy to just point the blame and say, oh, it's because of the modern popes, or it's because of Vatican II. It's because of this. And the last thing I'll say is this. You want to see the effect of the bulwark of the mass, the Novus Ordo, the very thing that so many trads make fun of. And that is that if you look at the Novus Ordo and you look at these churches, there's a lot of gray hairs there. For one, when people make fun of that, I think that that's an anti-biblical way of looking at those who in their old age remained faithful their entire lives. But those people remained faithful their entire lives, continuing to go to mass, even in a world that bashed it. And I think that we as younger people, that we have you want to be traditional, show that some respect, because those people, they fled to that bulwark of the mass. And I'm talking the Novus Ordo mass. I'm talking the new rites, right? All those things that it trads in this film are coming against and blaming that for the problem. Those people, they've been faithful going to church. And you can't deny that unless you just want to say they're a bunch of scumbags that are everybody's just trying to ruin the church. I think there's so many of these elderly people that stayed faithful through the 70s, through the 60s, when all their other friends were doing crazy stuff, and they were finding themselves on those pews. They were finding themselves at the mass, being obedient to the Pope, being obedient to the council, being obedient to the church, and living through that. And I think that we should, whether we disagree on certain things brought up in this episode about what can change with the lectionary or anything like that, that we can recognize, at least in them, something that helped them to get through that wicked time, that puts them in that place where young people who wrongly diagnose a situation make fun of them. And so I just want to say that's what I meant by that. I didn't mean that we shouldn't have a bulwark, or that doesn't help, or that that's a magic bullet. I'm saying it's a magic bullet to believe, as it's insinuated here, that is the reason for the decline. If we just would have just done it differently, all of a sudden it's a renaissance. I think that is a fake and phony understanding of history, as well as of bulwarks. And so that's what I meant by that, Alex. And I'm upset about the situation. Not at you, buddy. Not at you. But I would say I wanted to just clarify it. But I got to go. River, you're the man. Hassan, it was a pleasure, man, to meet you, and a pleasure to just hear You're a smart dude, man. You're a smart guy. You've done some homework. You've done a little bit of homework in your life.
This
And
man
so,
only does homework.
yeah, a little easy bit, man. So I just want to say it was really cool. Thank you, River, for this opportunity. You're an awesome guy, man. It's a real privilege to know you.
Yeah, Jeremiah, go enjoy your home and your family. If you want to pop back in later, we'll be on here till we finish it.
Okay.
And I'll let you back in, but enjoy your family.
All right, brother. God bless. Bye.
God bless. All right.
Nice to meet you too, man. Good night.
Yep.
All right, let's keep on going. Let's keep on chugging. We got about a third.
Let's go.
We had a sexual revolution. Television, film, radio, social media, all these things have happened. But what should have been a bulwark and something consistent also began to change.
The recent Pew study said 6.5 people leave for every one Catholic who enters the Catholic Church. So I often said to that, well, the reason why there's so many people leaving the church is because of the sexual revolution. The problem with that is if you look at the Pew study of 6.5 Catholics leaving for every one entering, many of them are going to evangelical megachurches.
Okay, so this is a little complicated. The reason he's right to say, the reason people do at least report that they leave the church for sexual revolution, but like, so there's a little, and I don't even necessarily blame the documentary for this. Because I'm interested in all these subjects about like the sexual revolution and like the sexual scandal and all of that. Like people do say sexual stuff is a problem and that's why they leave. And you have to understand that when we're talking about decline, we're talking about decline among self-identified Catholics. So that's usually just those who were baptized and their family said you're Catholic. Okay. That doesn't mean people who were practicing, blah, blah, blah. So we don't lose 6.1 practicing Catholics to every one that comes in. Now, we do lose practicing Catholics, but not 6.1 practicing, like go every Sunday or whatever Catholics, or went regularly, were into the faith and then left Catholics. We do lose some of, now he's right to say of those, of the cohort that were practicing, yeah, from time to time, we do lose those to evangelical churches, and there's an issue. Although, if that's your belief, I mean, and we also lose a lot of just self-identified Catholics to those groups. And that does have to do with sexual scandal in a certain way, because so it is believed among many people who go to evangelical or Protestant churches that sexual problems are a Catholic problem. They're not. It's present in every denomination. And in fact, it proportions at or greater than anything we ever suffered. But there's a belief, at least in the United States, that, you know, the sexual scandal is a Catholic problem, or that sexual restriction is a Catholic problem, even though obviously most flourishing evangelical churches are pretty sexually conservative. This isn't a really accurate picture. Also, I want to point out, it's strange for a liturgically conservative documentary that supports liturgical conservatism to point out that we're losing people to evangelical megachurches, because the very least liturgically conservative church you could go to is an evangelical megachurch. It's the most poppy, most saccharine, most get you out of your seat, try to excite you, praise and worship experience you've ever seen. Worse than any charismatic church you've ever been to. So,
I don't know. I think you can make a claim here. Like, I mean, if you're telling people, well, it's the same in and the same out, but you know.
I think there's a problem, but yeah. Like you're gonna have to do a little work to relate it to the liturgical problem, because if everybody just wants good liturgy, why would they go to a mega church? That doesn't make any sense, unless you think praise and worship is good liturgy, but. The people who write this emphatically do not. But I mean, I do understand how we cause losses to evangelicals by how we teach and how we articulate things, and how and our style in a broader sense. But the liturgy won't fix that on its own anyway. Not at all. No, lots of things would. In fact, you want to save yourself you want to save evangelical losses, that you need to have that passion that they have for the faith needs to be present in what you're doing as well. That's usually what people are saying when they go to evangelical church. They're saying they don't get that experience of passion for the faith in their local Catholic parish. But that's not a liturgy per se problem. That's a lot of problems. It clashes. It doesn't fit in this narrative.
Did the sexual revolution not affect the evangelical megachurches? Of course it did. So something changed not from without the church, but from within the church that has tanked the numbers. We see these Pew studies that say most Catholics don't believe in the Eucharist. The typical response we hear...
Also, conservative megachurches, while being sexually conservative in their teaching, are not sexually conservative in their practice. So they'll teach against divorce, but it's tolerated and justified and rationalized among the laity. They teach against fornication, but it's tolerated and justified among the laity. This comes from a place of not having any experience with evangelicals. Evangelicals sleep around, evangelicals that do all sorts of things, and it is just openly tolerated as a movement from the Spirit among them. So even though it's taught differently, so this isn't thought out either.
From the hierarchy is more catechesis. We need more catechesis. We need more catechesis.
And the evidence is all around us because we've had catechetical programs. We have a catechism now it's a fine book, but it has no effect on ordinary Catholics if they're worshiping incorrectly. So the very first thing we need to do is reform the liturgy.
If you take the cumulative effect of all of these reductions in rubrics and relaxations in discipline, right, it actually sends a message. There's a message in that, which is what you're doing there isn't as awesome and solemn and fearful as we thought it was. Well, this is a recipe for disaster because the final effect of that is going to be a watering down of faith and eventually a loss of faith. Right? Not directly caused by any one of those changes, but the environment for the loss of faith is very much created by the sum total of these decisions.
It was chaos. Chaos ensued. We lost so much. We lost so much. This sounds kind of selfish, but I'll say it anyway. The grade school I went to no longer exists. The high school I attended no longer exists. Catholic schools no longer exist. They're finished. The religious sisters who taught in grade school, the Christian brothers who taught, they left. Schools closed. Hospitals are closed. This is a good fruit. This is the result. This is a wonderful result of something marvelous. No, something went wrong.
The collapse among the religious was not due to the liturgy. The collapse among the religious was due to a lot of things. It was basically due to reforms of religious life that were not primarily liturgical. This is well documented. They basically allowed you to. They basically allowed you to totally upend religious rule altogether.
Well, that's the thing. They're branching out now from a criticism of the liturgy to a criticism of immediately after Vatican II. So I wanted to say this earlier, but we have to understand that the sort of like the final cause of this documentary is to be an outrage-inducing propaganda piece for people who know something but not enough to actually understand what's being said and its correspondence with reality, and how many lacunae are in, the telling of the story here, right? And inaccuracy, of course. But the purpose of this documentary is clearly not to actually inform. The purpose of the documentary is to do missionary work for a particular kind of attachment to the old rites and a particular kind of opposition to Vatican II in general, not entirely, of course, and against the new liturgical rites. So and that's very clear as we go through this thing. The reason why this is being put together is to have a bigger an expansion of the cohort of lay people who agree with guys like Peter Kay, Joe Shaw, and so on and so forth, Father Reed, and these kind of guys. Their particular kind of like semi-coherent, somewhat romanticist and revisionist view of the goodness of the distinctive character of the old mass when compared with the new. That's the tenor of the thing. The tenor of the thing is not to be educational, properly speaking.
I mean, I don't know. For me, the worst of it is that it's not so much that I don't want liturgical changes because I do. It's that it won't do any. It won't. You're writing a bill of goods. It's a check you can't cash. If I gave you carte blanche to do whatever you wanted and make the liturgy perfect, you won't fix these problems. You're tinkering. It's tinkering around the edges for what they're trying to fix, which is bothersome. But anyway, let's keep going.
Something went wrong, and it didn't produce anything that it promised.
Through some crack, the smoke of Satan has entered the temple of God. There is doubt, uncertainty, disquiet, dissatisfaction, confrontation. Doubt has entered our consciences, and it entered by windows that should have been open to the light. There was belief that after the council, there would be a day of sunshine for the history of the church. Instead, it is the arrival of a day of clouds, of tempest, of darkness, of uncertainty.
I interviewed Canon Georges Martimor once about the reform of the breviary, for which he was the secretary, the relator of the study group. And he prepared 2 position papers, very detailed, with his working group, and submitted them to the bishops of the concilium. Canon Martimor told me, with a shrug of the shoulders, that position paper, that project, never got to Paul VI. Bugnini put it in the bin, he said, and took his own. This revelation dovetails with the reminiscences of Louis Boyer, who calls him nothing less than a lying scoundrel, because Bugnini manipulated the flow of information to Paul VI, and Louis Boyer, as it were, found him out because he was a personal friend of Paul VI, and he was also on the concilium at the time, and the 2 things didn't match.
Bugnini ran into opposition that was not only massive, but close to unanimous. In such cases, he didn't hesitate to say, "But the Pope wills it." After that, of course, there was no question of discussing the matter any further. Yet one day, after he made use of that argument, I was having lunch right above the papal apartments. As I was coming down, I came out of the lift, and Bugnini in person emerged from the staircase on his way in. At the sight of me, he didn't just turn pale, he was visibly horrified. I could not guess why he would be so terrorized at the idea that I had an interview with the Pope regarding our affairs. I would be given the answer weeks later by Pope Paul VI himself.
Why did the concilium make these changes?
Why? Simply because Bugnini had assured us that you absolutely wished it.
How can this be? He told me himself that you were unanimous.
So he played the one off of the other. He played the concilium.
Okay, so so I'm back over to more sources. Let's okay. Bouillet does say this, and I respect Bouillet in a lot of ways. Bouillet is also a disagreeable man. consistently throughout his life. Bouillet is a disagreeable man describing ordinary management tactics when dealing with large groups. When you deal with large groups, they constantly complain. You have to conduct them. When you conduct them, you say basically pretty consistently, yeah, but my boss over me doesn't want that. Or something to that effect. You appeal to a higher authority than yourself to stop the conflict. Because if you're a manager and you allow committees, that say people under you, to complain their way into whatever they want, you won't conduct anything. You're failing as a manager. That's all Bouillet is describing. I'll give you a contrast. I want to give you Paul Pierre-Marie Guy. Okay. Pierre-Marie Guy was one of those relators that they talked about. Buer was not a relator. Buer only worked on Eucharistic prayer 2 and a couple other things with Bott. Bott also doesn't describe Bugnini negatively. This is what Guy says. Okay. And he wants to talk about this idea about Bugnini somehow like running over the Pope.
Weird. It's usually claimed about Bugnini, not Bouillet.
I mean, Bugnini was also. I mean, he made problems as well, but they're both difficult men.
Have you read? I remember actually you recommended this to me over a year ago. You know Wiltkin's book.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. Wiltkin is a lens, and there's things in it that are correct.
There is attestation from various different people that Bugnini did in some cases kind of run rings around the Pope by reporting that the Pope said one thing to one guy and then reporting to the other guy, and then reporting to the Pope that the other guy said something to him, and then basically acting as the middle guy who got to interpret both sides to each other.
Except I kind of view that as how management works.
Yeah, sure, but I don't think bishops should be doing that to each other, for sure.
I don't know. Like, should they use that managerial tactic? I don't know, but it is a normal managerial tactic.
Since it seems to involve something close to telling lies, if not straight up telling lies, yeah, I think they shouldn't use it.
I don't think they should use it, but the idea that I don't think they should use it. But the idea that this is special no, this is how people do management.
No, but I guess look, this is similar to I have some friends that I grew up with who are Muslim, and we've talked about, for example, the sex abuse crisis, for an example. And we've come to the agreement that yes, it is the case that the Catholic Church is better than comparable organizations, both religious ones and just organizations where adults have access to children. The Catholic Church has done better since the crises were discovered to try and make the system more transparent and create better protocols to separate adults from the context of private access to children, right? All of these things. But then they say, but if your church, if you claim that it is, oughtn't it to be in a better situation than anybody else, even more so than this? Like, not as a matter of like a necessary supernatural effect, but like, shouldn't there be like more work? Don't you have like a special responsibility to show people that you're different, right?
Yeah.
And that's true. That is true. We should be distinctive. We should be special.
So, okay, let me be clear. Do I think Bugnini acted well? No, I don't think he was a good guy. I think he was a difficult man with problems.
Right.
What I don't like is the idea that he's like a special. That basically it's just the Masonic narrative that's going to be stuck on in a minute is the flourish, namely that he's a special infiltrator with a secret agent tactic or something. No, this is how bad managers. In fact, this is normally how ordinary, not appropriately Christianized managers operate. And in fact, he was not evaluated this way. Here, let me go. Here. The third concern for the Pope was his insistence during the whole work of the commission on reading every text, asking questions, and making suggestions, usually through Archbishop Bugnini. Some people today imagine that Bugnini had too strong an influence on Pope Paul and that it was he who convinced the Pope to make the liturgical changes they find so offensive. Scholars will be able to decide this question when all the documentation becomes available. For my part, it is clear to me, as it was, I believe, to the Frenchman Marimour and to the German Johannes Wagner, that Pope Paul governed the church both globally and in detail, and that he was deeply schooled in the liturgy, more profoundly than Archbishop Lefebvre. That the Pope paid close attention to the submissions of Bugnini did not prevent him from making his own decisions. And we know, in fact, that Pope Paul made his own decisions on the liturgy on a regular basis. Much of what I have said so far about the involvement of Pope Paul in the work of the Reform can be understood or surmised from Bugnini's book, which I showed you earlier. I could offer a number of important examples, but I'll mention only two. One having to do with the vow formula, words of consent and the rite of marriage, and the other with the instruction, comme il est prouvé, my French is terrible, which concerns translation of liturgical texts. I assume that before Vatican II, almost everyone in England and the United States was familiar with the words, I name, take you name, for my lawful wife or husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part. No doubt they thought that these words were better than the simple yes of the Roman ritual. Since I come from Normandy, I won't offer my opinion on whether or not this sentence was brought from Normandy into England. In any case, the cardinal and bishops of the commission agreed to adopt the longer version. However, when the ritual for marriage was ready for publication and I brought the text to Archbishop Bugnini, he said, somebody asked me whether it was right to say for richer, for poorer. It took me about 2 minutes to figure out who that somebody was, Pope Paul. Consequently, it took only another minute to answer the Pope's question. That is, if these words were adopted and then used in Calcutta, could they be understood to suggest that Christianity wants to make people poor? I agreed that we could safely leave out the two words. Regarding the document on liturgical translation, 69, a few years ago, I said to somebody at the Vatican, I wonder whether the Roman authorities will decide to make some corrections to this instruction, which rightly or wrongly was published in French because of its principal editor thought that contemporary problems of linguistic translation could no longer be written in Latin. In order to let me know that I was wrong, even to think about correcting blah, 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 the Italian liturgist to whom I was speaking showed me the text of the French thing that it had, that had in its margins a number of remarks in the handwriting of Paul VI. The last one, which read, it is slightly too long, but it is really fitting. There are so many other examples of the Pope's involvement that we can say that the most of the documents of the liturgical reform during his papacy have been approved in forma specifica, that is, directly by the Pope, without a specific expression of such an approval, even if some younger liturgical scholars happen to ignore this fact. And I mean, look, I don't doubt that, and this happens, you resent your manager a lot. I don't doubt that Bugnini played games and played favorites and messed around. But Paul, you can't have Bugnini the villain and then Pope Paul VI the rube. Okay? Pope Paul VI was there. He was involved. And not only was he involved, the whole Curia was involved in the liturgical process. Not as directly as the secretary of the people reforming it, but Paul's there on top of it on a regular basis. The Curia is on there. Bugnini remarks how Ottaviani himself was involved in the approval of the liturgical rites and the documents justifying them. It's not appropriate to isolate Bugnini in the way this narrative's trying to, and it's purely for propagandistic purposes.
Off of the Pope and the Pope off of the concilium. And that's how he got through some of the extraordinary changes that took place. There were rumors already about Bugnini being a Freemason in the early 1970s.
Freemasonry has always had as its object the subversion of the church from the inside. There's no doubt it's happening today as well.
They really are a religion. It's they have rituals They have their own ceremonies. They have their own belief system. They're not Christian. They don't believe in the divinity of Christ. And also, it has to be said because it's true. They're espoused enemies of especially the Catholic Church.
The Freemasonic ideas ultimately are a denial of original sin. That's their central dogma, is that there is no original sin. There is no need for the redeeming sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Man himself can simply create a perfect world just by throwing away the superstitions of Catholicism.
There has emerged more evidence in recent years. Cardinal Gagnon was the man appointed by Paul VI to investigate and report on corruption at the Vatican, including Freemasonic complicity.
I find it like
and Charles Moore was his
really
secretary
ironic
every
that
step
they
of the
are
way.
making the claim that their opponents
All
are
of
the
a sudden, they
real
were
Pelagians.
seeing problems, and he
That their
as
opponents
Pope,
are the
everything.
Are the what?
Really amusing that these guys are saying that their opponents are the real Pelagians.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I mean, come on. Have you seen your talking points?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
earlier Jeremiah made that this is he put it very well when he said it's kind of like Christ is up in heaven biting his nails, watching us eagerly, anxious that we do what he told us to do, so we don't screw it up. Right? It's so bad.
Also, I gotta I don't know. So like this is also akin to the problem of the Benevacantist argument. Namely, okay, so we got two possibilities. Either Paul VI appointed Bugnini basically as his viceroy, as his second in command on this matter, and then didn't do anything about it. But he's the bulwark of tradition and the guardian of the faith. And so why is it helpful to like try to preserve him in this way? Or he didn't know about it, but then he didn't do anything about it later. Well, both of these things don't save Paul VI at all. And early traditionalists recognize this, but now there's this attempt to sort of pedal it back and make Bugnini the villain. Well, that's not going to work. But if you start attacking the person of the Pope, you lose too much.
Was brought to his attention, and he was a sharp man, good mind, and he paid attention to those things, and he saw that things were going wrong. There were two cardinals, Cardinal Staffa and Cardinal Odi. They went to go see the Pope with some very upsetting documents that they had, and accused two very important people in the Roman Curia of being Freemasons. Those allegations were investigated seriously. It was decided that there was reason to believe that they were true.
It seems as if Paul VI took it quite seriously. Either that or Paul VI had become disillusioned with Bugnini because Paul VI sent him off packing to Tehran, to Iran, as a papal diplomat, which is a line of work that Bugnini had no experience with and no expertise in, and no particular reason why he should do that, but just to get him as far away as possible.
They got rid of him by sending him to Iran as nuncio. Iran had a Catholic population that would almost constitute a parish, the entire country, where he could do very little harm. That was the idea. The Pope decided to do an investigation of the entire Roman Curia, and Gagnon agreed to it.
Hey, actually, Hassan, didn't you tell me that he did a good job in Iran, or was that not so?
I mean, yeah, somewhat. Not as great as I would hope for, but like he did good work. He was one of the few Latins to do the kind of work that he was told to. So it was decent.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And he began his investigation. A lot of things that he was going through, they were very difficult times for him, because to do that investigation, his life was threatened. His rooms were broken into, ransacked. His office was broken into. Then he came to live with us. Gagnon brought the evidence to Paul VI. I know because I drove him, had an audience with the Pope, and presented him with the with the results of that 3-year visit. The Pope simply put it to one side and said it would be for his successor. He didn't say, "I'm about to die, leave me alone." He didn't say that, but he didn't have to. Cardinal Gagnon, he was Archbishop Gagnon at the time, understood very well what he meant. He died several months later, August 6th, 1978.
St. Paul VI, Montini, he was a wonderful and a great and saintly pope, but his interests were, geopolitical and so on. He didn't really, the liturgy was just, he confided it, unfortunately, to Archbishop Bugnini.
What I would say about Bugnini is he was a product of his age, of his time, and he's not the only one. He's the catalyst, let's say. He convinced Paul VI to do what he did with the liturgy, but there's a whole movement behind him. It's just the spirit of the age, the spirit of the world, that he crystallized and gained enough power to overcome the liturgy of the church in many significant ways.
Again, Bugnini didn't do that. This was already well in line with liturgical renewal principles. The liturgy we got was certainly disappointing in certain ways. If you were a liturgical renewal guy from before the council, the liturgy we got was not adequate in certain ways, but even Boyer's complaints are not these complaints, because he was a renewal of the liturgy guy. Mostly people from before who were trying to reform the liturgy sort of end up in the reform of the reform camp and think that the changes were ill-structured. Nobody thought that, oh man, we got something over on the liturgy that nothing needed to happen to. It's confused.
People like to talk about Archbishop Bugnini as a Freemason. Perhaps he was, perhaps he wasn't. My own opinion is that really we need to judge his work on their fruits. That is to say, the liturgical reforms should be judged on liturgical criteria, not on personal criteria or ad hominem criteria in terms of who made them. I think Pope Paul, St. Paul VI as he is, was again a very, very, very sincere pope. I don't think he set out to destroy the liturgy or to destroy the church. That would be almost unthinkable. But he seems not to have foreseen the effects of the reforms, particularly the liturgical reforms he signed off. I think it needs to be said very clearly that the Second Vatican Council didn't want what we know today as Eucharistic Prayer II, or any of the other particular modern liturgical forms. They wanted a renewal of people praying the liturgy, of connecting with it, of it being the source and summit of their Christian lives. We don't have to cling to the modern forms if they're no longer working.
The whole point of the new Mass was that we were going to get the youths back to the church. You're going to fill it up with the youths, right? And I look around the Novus Ordo Mass. The more new massy the parish was, the older the median age of the congregation, the fewer children there were, and the more traditional, the more Latin Mass you'd see. The median age was something like 24, and they all had a dozen kids. And biologically, I don't even know how that's possible, but they did it. And I thought, oh, pardon I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you boomers are telling me, a millennial, how you're going to get the youths back to church. Perhaps you ought to listen to us, because what we are doing is going to the traditional liturgy.
It's not just the Latin, it's the whole atmosphere. And many things contribute to that. And it cannot be reproduced in the Novus Ordo, because the Novus Ordo is the product of an entire way of thinking about the liturgy, which puts the emphasis in a completely different place. So it's about understanding, it's about hearing, it's about participating vocally, it's about participating with your gestures, whether you're standing up or kneeling down, shaking hands, making acclamations, all those sorts of things. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with all that. I can understand what they were trying to do, and I did it myself for the first 30 years of my life, but I experienced something different, which was deeply exciting.
I think it was part of the culture of the 1960s. There was this idea that everything old had.
I don't know.
What's going on? What's going on with Shaw today? Shaw is really getting caught lacking in this documentary. What's going on?
I don't know. They stuck him in for aesthetic stuff all of a sudden.
Well, I don't know what he was doing right there with his the guy is a senior position on the Latin Mass Society in the UK. What is he needing to end up with this kind of spiel that he's giving? Look, I've interacted with the guy. He's nice enough most of the time, but what? This is the position.
I don't know. I don't know. I think he's on. I think we're on the youth devotional medieval castle LARP atmosphere thing right now, and I don't understand why we're doing that in a serious movie. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what's. I have no idea what Shaw is getting at there. It's kind of like, well, the liturgy ought to be incarnational, but also, I understand where that's coming from, and I agree with it, but also no. What? Okay. So what are you getting at, man? What exactly do you want from this? You experienced that for 30 years, and now you get something else, and it's more exciting.
I don't know. I don't know. We're projecting a cognitive dissonance into something. I don't know.
No, I'm just searching to find out what the point of that clip from him was. What's he saying? What was that?
Oh, I don't know.
I listened to that when I was doing this on my own. I listened to that 3 or 4 times. I still don't know. I still can't tease out of that what he was trying to say.
This guy, right? Head of Latin Mass.
Previous guy, the Joseph Shaw.
No, this guy. I just put him up.
Oh, yeah, him.
Yeah, let's
go over that again.
Let's roll that tape back.
And it cannot be reproduced in the Novus Order because the Novus Order is the product of an entire way of thinking about the liturgy, which puts the emphasis in a completely different place. So it's about understanding, it's about hearing, it's about participating vocally, it's about participating with your gestures, whether you're standing up or kneeling down, shaking hands, making acclamations.
Oh, I ignored this because it was so dumb.
Now,
I ignored this because it was dumb.
There's nothing necessarily wrong with all that. I can understand what they were trying to do, and I did it myself for the first 30 years of my life, but I experienced something different, which was deeply exciting.
What did he just say?
That was so the first part was so dumb. The first part was so dumb the first time. By the way, those candles are not canonically lit. Anyway, the first part is so. Is there a bishop? Is there a bishop there? Anyway, the first part was so dumb that I ignored it. I just tuned it out. So I don't know. I think he's trying to, if on the plain wording, I think he's trying to say, well, Vatican I made a liturgy that's about understanding and I guess participating in a vocal way. And now I don't do that anymore. And that's really, I don't understand or say anything. And that's really exciting.
Well, what he was saying there, and I listened back through a whole bunch of times to try to understand what he was saying. But he's saying his central claim is there is a different underlying way of seeing the liturgy. Well, I hate to break it to you, Joe Shaw, but from what we've heard from you today, I think that there's always been a different way of seeing the liturgy than whatever the heck you're trying to tell people here.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I think it is. It's this romantic mystery. Not. I don't even want to use the word mystery, but it's this romantic, like dark, Byronian atmosphere that he's really getting at, and not anything to do with the liturgy or liturgical anything. I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't understand what. Again, I don't understand what he's saying, because on the one hand, he wants to say, there is simply a different way of seeing liturgy, right? And on the other hand, he wants to say, and that way of seeing liturgy, which is so different from ? Right, is about external participation, right? And I understand in the Novus Ordo there is a difference. In the Novus Ordo, you are expected, right? If you don't do your external actions, people look at you like, what are you doing? Why aren't you doing anything, right?
Yeah.
Whereas in the TLM, if you don't want to, you can just interiorly participate. In principle, you're supposed to be able to do that in the Novus Ordo, but it feels awkward, right? And especially because of the sign of peace. If you're sitting there trying to pray and someone reaches out their hand to you, that whatever was in your head is cut off,
Right.
and that happens to me all the time. It gets really frustrating, actually. I don't like where that is placed. I now understand why they placed it there, but it's still not helpful to me.
Yeah.
But this idea that he's putting forward here, that there is some newfangled way of looking at liturgy, which was enshrined in the in Vatican II and in the post Vatican II concilium mass, right? What he's trying to say about this new way of seeing the mass, he's trying to contradistinguish it from what he says is the old way of seeing the mass, right? What he said before was how it was always seen, how it was always experienced in that earlier quote from earlier in the movie, right?
Yeah.
But what he's describing, his paradigm for the liturgy, his telos for the different aspects of the liturgy that he's been putting out, is entirely new. It's even newer than the Vatican II reform period, like going back to the beginning of this phase of the reform movement, right?
Yeah, it's a new synthesis of some stuff thrown together from old stuff plus some particular modern concerns.
Plus, yeah, and also the weird modern concerns as well are like actually alien to traditional liturgiology.
Yeah.
Which is the worst part. That's the thing. I think Joe Shaw's probably, like, to me, and so far he's the most offensive guy in the show.
Do you talk to him personally or just an email?
I've only spoken to him on public Twitter.
Okay.
It
might be one of those times where you go, bro, what was bro? Bro, what were we doing?
Yeah,
here?
what was this kind of moment? But I think he's one of those guys who's really in deep in this, and I don't think he'd take kindly to somebody saying, hey, I think you should go through the documents and see that your paradigm is like totally off. I don't think he would appreciate it at all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. All right, let's see what let's they're gonna carry us out, brother. Let's see what we got.
I think it was part of the culture of the 1960s. There was this idea that everything old had to be thrown aside, had to be jettisoned, and everything new had to be tried. And for whatever reason, the church decided to do the same thing. But I think we're far enough into the experiment to realize it failed.
I do not want to put myself forward as some expert of the documents, as some canon lawyer, as a theologian. I am not. I am but a lay Catholic looking at the effect of the Second Vatican Council, and it has been a disaster. The things that they set out to do, increase participation, bring the youths back into the church, it just didn't happen. The opposite happened. And so now it would seem, if we have let these very radical people lead things for a while, perhaps we ought to now listen to the people who had urged caution, who have been vindicated every single step of the way.
I was reading a letter today from a young man, and he wrote, a lovely piece in his prayer journal thanking my husband, who didn't live long enough to see the fruits of his labors, but he was so grateful to him. And he called my husband his spiritual grandfather. And he said that many, many generations now will continue to have this beautiful Mass because of the hard work that John and I and many, many others did just to keep this tradition going. So that's where my hope lies, in the young people.
We had 150 people there just maybe 4 years ago, and we're now up to over 400. My gosh, so many young families.
My median age is 16. I'm the old guy in my congregation. I'm 55. There are some who are older, but really, we're few and far between, truly. It's 40-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 20-year-olds, and I'm amazed at the number of high school boys coming on their own.
When it comes down to it, the Latin Mass is not going away.
Young people, young families, young adults find here the source and summit of their Christian life and mission. They find here what the Second Vatican Council wanted them to find in the liturgy. This is slightly ironic in one sense. Those of us who live the traditional liturgy or who participate regularly in celebrations of it see the true, conscious, active and fruitful participation of people just as the council desired. The rite hasn't changed, but the level of participation and engagement, the empowerment that these people find for Christian life and mission, the heroic witness of so many young Catholic families attached to the traditional liturgy in having many children and bringing them up in a secular world according to Catholic doctrine and life. You know, these people are not fomenting division in the church. They're not creating a sect. They're getting on with the business of bringing Christ into their families and into the world. And they're a powerful witness.
Now, we should keep in mind that Reed just acquired an illicit consecration from a random bishop he didn't have permission to go to. So this is one of those cases of it's not division when I like it.
No, okay, to be fair, he said they, not we.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I will also add, not only this, but he's also, what he said there, into their families, and that second bit, and into the world. That's contentious. I'm gonna press X to doubt on the and into the world part.
Okay. I mildly doubt into their families, but I certainly doubt into the world.
Well, into the family
Ripperger presses X to doubt into their families.
Well, into their families means how they raise their kids, right? But
right.
My question here is, like, if you're really bringing the faith to your kids, to the family you produce after coming to the Mass, then it means they themselves will grow up and pass it on. So we have yet to see if that happens, right? We have to actually see the retention rate into adulthood of the children that come from these new Latin Mass families. We haven't seen that yet. So we still have to wait to see that intergenerational leap, basically. I also want to say that, generally speaking, these guys are really bad at bringing non-Catholic family members into the Latin Mass, church-going community, and they generally have a pretty bad ability to evangelize to normal people.
Yeah, not that. So they certainly have no. And I don't. If we want to compare Latin Mass Catholics to Novus Ordo Catholics on evangelization, certainly they are. It's hard with statistics. So anecdotally, they are comparable failures in my experience. My parish does a pretty good job at bringing in new people from the outside, but I mean, it's about some years it's half and half, Novus Ordo, Latin Mass going. Some years it's about a quarter Latin Mass going, 75% Novus Ordo going. And it has to do with parish activities and other things we put into things. And I mean, we do door-to-door missioning and other things like that, like actual, activity. Okay. So we put an effort on it. And our people try to get other people that aren't necessarily already Latin Mass or already Catholic. Like a lot of Latin Mass communities, it's like they only convert other Catholics. That is to say, they don't bring anybody else into the church, but they consider that a success. That's not going out in the world really at all. And sometimes they don't even do that. Sometimes they view themselves as a resistance group. Ripperger's talked about this all the time. It's not a community. It's often a community not open to evangelizing the world, or even cultivating the proper dispositions to do that. And that's Chad Ripperger, FSSP, all the exorcism, all that. And he said that for years, and I've banged on that drum for years, because like when you have these reactionary movements, they tend to turn into cells that don't reach out at all. They tend to turn into Ruby Ridge, not into, big movements, because they have a suspicious attitude, and suspicious attitudes don't bring in the world generally. And you can't act like it. I understand they're like, well, these have more children. Yes, good, very good. Will they keep their children? So in that sense, it's going out into the world, but not in the direct sense. They preach to the Gentiles. We're not doing that. Not really at all. It's serious. And the Latin Mass of itself can't do that. In fact, I've tried to bring people to both. I'll just say, come to Mass. And then I'll say, though, we're going to go to the Latin Mass. And if they seem discomfort, I'll go to another, or I'll say, we'll go to the other one. But like normies have mixed reactions to Latin Mass. It's not as great as you think it is. It's like bringing a guy to a classical music concert. Sometimes they're really into it, and sometimes they aren't. You can't just suppose it'll grab everybody. Other Christians, it's actually a little okay. So if you have a guy tired of praise and worship, the contrast will sometimes be so great that it has an effect. So that's kind of okay. But I mean, you actually have to do that and talk to other Christians, which I mean, trads don't necessarily like to do, not in a way that would get them to come to Mass. So it's non-trivial. And I press X to doubt on going out into the world, and somewhat on their families, because I talked about this earlier. I'll just go back to, I don't want to, I'll make a specific example. Take Mel Gibson. If you know anything about the family life of his faith is beautiful and his movies are beautiful. If you know anything about the family life of Mel Gibson, do you think that's keeping the kids in the faith? Do you think do you think that's likely, that behavior, to pass it on? Just, if you don't know, look it up. And that kind of male attitude is not uncommon. I know more than one guy like that. So you need to think about the attitude in these groups and its ability to pass on to the family as well. And Ripperger says the same things. Go look up problems in the traditionalist community. I'm not making this up. I wish I was making it up. You can't, this missionary confidence is not justified at all. At all. I mean, if you're just happy that, you managed to collect other Catholics and you're not hemorrhaging people as they die, well, very good. But that's bare minimum. That's bare minimum church growth, and you think it's spectacular. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Also, the Eastern Orthodox lost. That's not be they have no answer to that, none. And this ideology can't answer the Eastern Orthodox because the traditionalism is a brand for these people. Traditionalism ends up being a brand and an ideology with literal propaganda. We're watching some right now. And guess what happens? Guess what happens when you treat religion that way? Well, you're going to get brand competition. The Eastern Orthodox amount to brand competition for us. They don't amount to religious competition. That we have very good arguments. We can win there. But in terms of branding, if you want to posture the faith as a brand, as a traditionalism TM, good luck competing with the EO. You're going to dilute the brand dilution will quickly dissolve your competitive advantage. Oh, there's a stinger.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, so Traditionis Custodes clearly came out in the middle of production.
Oh.
Or the restrictions did.
Oh, do they get banned in this last part?
So they're using it to trail into part 3. And I'll talk about it now. I'll talk about it all day. I don't. The disciplinary and some of the disciplinary aspect Traditionis Custodes not acceptable. All right, here we go. No, well, I guess we're gonna stop. Oh, okay, all right.
Pope Francis is cracking down on what he says is a divide within the Catholic Church.
A bombshell of a law titled Guardians of the Tradition.
Bishops will also no longer be allowed to form any new pro-Latin Mass groups within their diocese.
It limits and restricts the celebration of the traditional Latin Mass. And will Francis's decree bring about the unity that he seeks throughout the Church?
Oh, so the whole next episode is going to be on that.
Oh, goodness, I'm not looking forward to this.
Yeah, let's see. Okay,
that's gonna be so bad. Like, I'm anticipating already the absolutely pea-sized brain takes about Francis declaring that the Trinity Mass doesn't have the same lex orandi as the Novus Ordo, and does not express the lex orandi of the Roman Rite.
I don't know. So I think we're going to start bringing in the ultra vires critique. That I don't look forward to, because is that Reed, or was that before him, the other guy?
Where
the critique that the liturgical reforms were ultra vires. Do you remember if that's Reed or if that was what's his name? The other guy. Big on development. No, I did not. Somebody asked if I brought up hermeneutic of suspicion. I haven't explicitly. Let's see.
We don't really need to bring up hermeneutic of suspicion. It's kind of like that's been kind of like the underlying theme throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean that's the fact that this is given as a kind of bad propaganda, just is of the essence.
So what one Andres says there, that's exactly what Jeremiah Paleocrat was talking about earlier, that they don't make any mention of, but don't worry, because at least there has to be somewhere where it stops, because God is protecting this thing. So, don't be too concerned, because it can't get that bad.
What was that conversation we were into the other day? I was having a talk about this, and he was saying so angry at neo-trad optimism. And by neo-trad optimism, he meant I don't say his name, but he meant any appeal to the indefectibility of the church and the guidance of the Holy Spirit on these matters.
Well, that's because he thinks that the developed consensus of the theologians after Trent is a maximalism, and he doesn't put any stock in the manualist synthesis on ecclesiology.
Yeah, and which is not to say that, look, I'm not stupid. If anybody's got the impression that Hassan or me or Jeremiah think that everything's sunny, sunshine and roses, of course not. Of course not. But the only way we're ever gonna it's really the Pelagian problem. The only way we're ever gonna get of darkness and gloom is through the grace of God operating through the church that he protects, not this weird resistance cell in the forest movement. The ecclesiology and pneumatology operating here is awful, and spiritually devastating. It's just not possible to have proper faith and operate in this hermeneutic of suspicion manner. It just means you don't think. It means that you, as Hassan put it, you think Christ's up there biting his nails, waiting for us to do what he told us to do.
Yeah, that's what Jeremiah said. I mean, I think of it essentially as a kind of attitudinal Pelagianism. So there are two possibilities. either you have people who are so scared of this that their actual faith in Christ's promises themselves are at stake here, right? Because they see the reality on the ground getting to this point, and then they go, well, to me, this is getting close to an empirical falsification of what Jesus said, right?
Yeah,
And
that's the leap over to EO crowd, and that's the leave the church crowd.
Well, that's the implicit thing is people who are like, look, we're getting to the point where I have to start seriously considering about a scenario where it goes too far and I have to apostatize, right?
Yeah, who was what did we just deal with at 1 Peter 5?
Well,
What did we just deal with?
I don't know, man. We've had we've had a Skojek, and we've had like several other personalities go in this direction, and I think, frankly, it comes from on the one hand, it comes from a Pelagian reading of like the promise of indefectibility, where it's more of a mission, more of a task than a promise, right? And it just happens to be that like we did really well up until 60, 70 years ago and managed to keep what like Jesus asked for going, right? And then on the other hand, you have this other position where it's like, well, I'll agree that God, predestined, he decreed this particular future for the universe after the ascension. But then, like, after the fact, I have realized that what he predestined was not in fact what the Catholic Church claims he predestined, because things are so unsatisfying liturgically in the Latin Church that it can't possibly be the Church. It can't possibly be the head of the Catholic Church. Those are the two things that I see. Either you have people who simply deny any practical or attitudinal application of predestination, or and because predestination is the foundation of the doctrine of indefectibility, right?
Yeah.
Or on the other hand, you have people who basically don't have much faith.
Right. You've got two options. Either this, you've either got this libertarian view with respect to predestination, or you've got this naturalist view where, like, well, really, if the church is not pleasing me, then it's not the church.
Something like that, yeah.
Which, by the way, was the romantic reaction. Part of the romantic reaction. The immanentist to the church satisfies my deep longings. Well, what if it stopped? Oh, well,
Well, I'm not sure it's even about like the deep longing. It's more so a doubt of if the church is really what she claims to be, then how could there be such a damaging and abrupt kind of like painful failure in its liturgical reforms?
Yeah.
If the liturgy is like the very like living response of the church to Christ, then like, I'm just trying to steelman this position here because I think it's the stronger one between the two. If the liturgy is something like essential to the way that the church responds to Christ, then there's something essential to the church about like the health of her liturgy. I just think that this is flat wrong. I think that there's been periods in the church's history when like liturgical practice was pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, there's been, I don't know. There's been periods where the general moral life of Christians was bad. We're in one. There's been past ones. There's been periods where the ecclesial structure was bad. It just seems to me to be another version of if God real, why bad things happen.
Yeah.
Except you pick your special baby bad thing and you declare that, well, this is the falsifier. once you accept God's providence, and once you accept that suffering is redemptive and occasionally put to the church as a trial, then I don't understand why you. I just don't understand why you end up taking this epistemic stance, where you start basically jumping off the cliff. There's no, and the problem, and it's not so much, so that doesn't vitiate, good Lord, yes, liturgical renewal and reform, please fix the liturgical life of the church, among other things. That doesn't vitiate that at all. But putting it in this propagandistic, dark conspiratorial format will only foment the jumping off the cliff problem I'm talking about.
Right.
And even if it was to succeed, which it won't, because the numbers aren't there, trads delude themselves about their numbers. And I mean, look, if you want to look, I'll blackpill you right away. All of the traditionalist parishes are in the United States and France, and then vaguely in the Anglosphere. And that's it. And the rest of the world doesn't care. Just didn't work in South America. And not because the bishops prevented it, because it doesn't work. A little bit in Italy, but even there, I mean, that's because of the religious society makeup in Italy. It doesn't have anything to do with, like when Francis talks about, it's one priest leading this, and it's his special interest. Yeah, that's not true in the United States, and it might not be true in France, but that's how it kind of works. That's how
it is in Italy and Poland
and South
America.
Yeah, it's one priest trying to make up a special interest group for himself.
Yeah, I mean, I want to answer what Alex has said here about the desire for an immersive Catholicism. If you want an immersive Catholicism, then you immerse yourself in Catholicism. I don't know, like, look, this is something that I've seen many times.
The church is not a multimedia experience.
Well, look, the trick is you actually take seriously what the church has said in the last 70 years about how to participate in the Mass. You go and you meditate on the readings and the propers before you go to Mass. You learn about what you're supposed to do during the parts of the Mass. If the priest screws up bits of it by putting annoying hymns in there, then that sucks. Try to find a better place where they don't do that. You can still participate in the rest of it internally. And you will, if you take these things seriously, you will find people who are willing to do this stuff with you, who are willing to meditate on the readings for Mass a few days before when you're all free, and then talk about what you experienced at Mass and what you got out of the spiritual experience of the Mass afterwards in real terms, not this woo in this documentary where they use this phrase, exciting devotion, and never tell you what devotion is. Like, devotion is really clearly explained in our tradition, right? Devotion is the promptitude of the will in attempting to align with the divine will. That's what devotion is. Devotion is not a sensation. There is a sensible effect of devotion, which can sometimes be felt, but not always, and not necessarily even all the time. But if you want to immerse yourself in Catholicism, you don't need to have a whole community of self-selected people who all have a similar kind of attitude towards certain concepts and certain political concepts and the concept of authority and like a certain romanticist trad paradigm of the family. None of these things. You don't need any of that. Yeah, Germany, good point. Germany is somewhere where I think if I lived, I would probably just be trying to leave as quickly as possible, because I'm not sure if there's many places in Germany where you can actually just go to Mass.
No, the TLM. So he was like, I'm not don't want to make fun of you, but the idea is that, look, it's popular in those countries I pointed out. So I said, look, the Latin Mass only popular in the U.S., France, vaguely in the Anglosphere, and then everything else is like trailing way behind and ain't gonna catch up. The growth trajectory wasn't there before Traditionis Custodes, and it ain't gonna be there after. Okay,
Alex, do you remember that one meme a few years ago about cyberbullying when they say to close the laptop? Like if you go to mass and you're concerned with a couple of people dressed badly and women not veiling and men wearing clothing that is not suitable for their social status or the socioeconomic status of the community that the mass is held with, or whatever, right? Any of these things, or people receiving badly in the hand, not even just receiving in the hand, which is in itself generally done badly, but even by regular standards doing it badly, like walking away with it, eating pieces of it at a time, something horrible I saw once, whatever, right? Whatever you see, this is something which is going to happen with or without you. And you have to understand that this is something that I think people forget. When you go to mass at a TLM, the same Eucharist being shown reverence there is being shown irreverence somewhere else. Whenever you go to mass, that is the same mass as is being done badly somewhere else. The fact that you can't see it doesn't change anything. I don't know why that tends to go out of mind, but like if you're having a problem with this, maybe you need to spend some more time in mental prayer outside mass, because then when you do go to mass, you'll be able to concentrate on what you're doing and actually like engage more with it in a way where you can maybe close your eyes during the silences, or if you see something that is offensive to your sense of reverence. And I'm not saying that's a subjective thing. I'm saying that like genuinely, because I know I get this as well, right? What you need to do is you need to focus on what you're doing. And I actually do see where he's coming from, because there are some Novus Ordo masses I've been to, and there are some countries where it's particularly bad, where it is like 99% of the people at the mass who are misbehaving really badly and don't even know it. Especially when you go to like a higher, if you go on like midnight mass, like before I even converted.
I know what you're talking about with the big ones. Yeah, I know what happens on Easter and Christmas and midnight mass. I know who's there. I know what they're wearing. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I'm at the conservative parish. Never mind the
it even happens there. But you know what? Once you actually learn about what people are supposed to be like at mass properly from the sources, not from what people have told you and what seems correct, right? You will realize that the way that people conduct themselves at TLM is also not good in many ways.
Yeah.
The way people dress, the attention people pay, there are problems at TLM masses. And I know people who say, look, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, right? I have friends who were raised going to the SSPX, and they themselves attest that there are problems in the way that people assist at the mass. There's a lot of people who go to mass and dress up, especially the women who dress up and wear certain veils to signal something about themselves. There are people who compete with how long they stay kneeling after mass before they get up and leave. There are problems with these things. And then after they do that, they go out and they go and confer with each other, and they trad bitch as hard as they can and compete with each other to see how hard they can do it and how esoterically they can do it.
Absolutely.
This is a problem. This is a really bad problem. These things are not part of the liturgical practice. So that this is the thing. Like when there are different problems in the TLM communities among the laity in terms of reverence than there are among the Novus Ordo like churchgoers. Like
which by the way, this is how the Novus Ordo people got in the position they're in. They picked the vices that they liked and hung out with all the other people that had those vices. The boomer glad handing in the middle of the sanctuary, that's stuff they like. That's my father's generation stuff. And they built whole parishes around those vices. We will do that even if we're successful beyond what I say, and we won't be as successful as you want us to be. But even if we're successful beyond what I'm saying, we will build up a place of our own vices and iniquities. And if you don't understand that, I mean, you're just you're not playing ball. You're not playing ball with this thing that Christ tells you to do about yourself and the immolation of yourself.
Yeah. Look, at the end of 2018, I went to a midnight mass, and this was one of the things that made me become Catholic. When I went to that midnight mass, I'd been doing research on Christianity and so on, and I'd come to accept aspects of it as coherent, not true, but coherent. So I was taking it more seriously intellectually. And when I went to this midnight mass with a friend of mine, who's now one of my godparents, because he wanted company, because he's from an atheistic Irish family, and he's the only Catholic. So I went to this church with him for midnight mass, and I sat down and I broke out in a cold sweat for a second, because I thought, if they're right, I'm about to be at something like very serious, right? I'm about to see something very serious. And then a Filipino girl in a miniskirt sat next to me, and I thought, well, never mind, it's all BS, right? I just immediately thought, well, this is false. It was irrational, like it's not justifiable intellectually, right? But I did think, if they, not only is this person sitting here with this irreverence towards what these people claim is about to happen, which for me is a big deal because we don't have anything like that, right? In the religion I was raised in, like the actual like sacramental presence of God, like dwelling in the assembly, where people are actually going to receive him and be directly infused with him materially. That's not present, right? But if you sit down there, and not only are there people dressed badly and talking at midnight before mass, right? But nobody bats an eye, because it's totally normal that this would happen. The priests don't do anything. And I was just thinking about the mosque I grew up going to. If somebody came in without all of their hair veiled, let alone something like this, they would be kicked out. The scholar would stop. Giving his sermon. Everybody would look at this person who's just sat down. If he saw her, and they would say, "What are you doing? Like, wear it properly." And then it would be very embarrassing, and then it would move on, right? Well, okay, Gonzalo, you know that the reason that I converted was because when the consecration happened, I had the Eucharistic spiritual experience, which made me forget about the Filipino and the miniskirt. But the point is that, like, you can still have that experience by really perceiving what is going on there, which for me at that time, it came from no like special. I know Gonzalo. He's screwing with me. We're friends. When I saw the Eucharistic consecration and saw it for what it was in that moment, that wasn't because like I was well disposed. It's not because I knew what I was doing. It's not because I'd been taught about it. That was like a special and extraordinary encounter. But once you're like a regular church attending Catholic, you have to actually engage with the mass, right? And if the more you engage with it, the less these things bother you. You can't just engage with the mass by being swept up in what people around you are doing. You have to pay attention to what the liturgy is and actually engage with every element of it that you're capable of engaging with, as fully as you're capable of engaging with it in that moment. And you have to prepare for the liturgy beforehand maybe even for days, like the Easterners do. Internally, you should be preparing for the liturgy. You know, I think that's a big mistake. And you mentioned like the effect on your children's faith. Well, your children's faith is going to be more affected by the briefings and debriefings before and after Mass than other people's behavior during the liturgy.
Yeah.
If you teach them about what they're about to go and see, and you go through with them afterwards what they could have got out of it, by you and your wife discussing what you got out of the Mass with each other while the child is in your presence, things like that are much more likely to instill in them a sense of what they actually were just part of than like seeing other people misbehave.
Which is, by the way, in these in those he was talking about in the movie, in those big evangelical communities that he says people run off to, that's what the families do. They talk about the service. They continue to discuss the Bible sermon that you had during the thing. That's all day, going in and out. The families that are serious about it anyway. It's and there'll be people in those services that don't dress right or don't act right, have scandalous lives or whatever, and it doesn't necessarily disturb anyone who's practicing, because you have to be practicing. You have to be engaging.
So
there's no way around it.
What comes to mind to me is the pedagogy in the Pentateuch, where in Exodus, Moses says, you know, he says that the Lord told him, "Go into Pharaoh, for I've hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I may show these signs of mine among them, and that you may tell in the hearing of your son and your grandson how I have dealt harshly with the Egyptians, and what signs I've done among them, that you may know I'm the Lord." Well, what if they just went to the tabernacle liturgy, bro? Isn't that enough? You know, or elsewhere when in Exodus 13, when it says, Moses said to the people, "Remember this day in which you came out from Egypt, out of the house of slavery, for by a strong hand the Lord brought you out from this place. No leavened bread will be eaten. Today in the month of Abib you are going out. And when the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day there will be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread will be eaten for 7 days. No leavened bread shall be seen with you, and no leaven shall be seen with you in all your territory. You shall tell your son on that day, it is because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt. And it shall be as a sign to you on your hand and as a memorial between your eyes, that the law of the Lord may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand the Lord has brought you out of Egypt. You shall therefore keep this statute at its appointed time from year to year." Or another one. When the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and your fathers, and shall give it to you, and you shall set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb, all of the firstborn of your animals that are males shall be the Lord's. Every firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb, or if you do not redeem it, you shall break its neck. Every firstborn of man among your sons you shall redeem. And when in time to come your son asks you, "What does this mean?" then you shall say to him, "By a strong hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt from the house of slavery. For when the Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of animals. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all the males that first open the womb, but all the firstborn of my sons I redeem. It shall be as a mark on your hand and frontlets between your eyes, for by a strong hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt." Or Deuteronomy 6. "You shall not put the Lord your God to the test, as you tested him at Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his testimonies and his statutes which he's commanded you. And you shall do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may go well with you, and that you may go in and take possession of the good land that the Lord swore to give your fathers by thrusting out all your enemies from before you, as the Lord has promised. When your son asks you in time to come, what is the meaning of the testimonies and statutes and rules that the Lord our God has commanded you? Then you shall say to your son, we were Pharaoh's slaves in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed signs and wonders great and grievous against Egypt and against Pharaoh and all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in and give us the land that he swore to give to our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always, that he may preserve us alive as we are this day. And it will be righteousness for us, if we are careful to do all of this commandment before the Lord our God, as he's commanded us. So you can see here, this is the liturgical pedagogy of Scripture. That's the this is the idea of how Moses, how God through Moses is trying to teach us how to mediate liturgically the faith to our children. So what is going on inside of the liturgy with people's bad behavior is somewhat irrelevant to that passing on of the faith to your children, because your children can, through that bad behavior of other people, so long as you teach them not to take that on as a sense of pride, they can, like you, inherit even more strongly than you do a sense of crisis and urgency if you actually teach them what they are doing. Because if they understand what they're doing, because you tell them before and after, and you actually teach them to pray the Mass by doing this, right? Then once you're done with this and they see people misbehaving during the Mass, they will think, what is up with these people? What's going on? What's going on in the church that other people don't get it and aren't doing what we're doing? And they won't think, because we're better than other people, because you'll have taught them about that. You'll have taught them that that's the wrong way to think. So I think that the concern for the upbringing of children it's really on you to do a better job of actually bringing out what Scripture asks for in that regard.
All right. We're drawing. We've exceeded 5 hours. I don't want to cut it straight off, but did we want to take any particular questions or do any particular remarks? I'm not really seeing anything in particular, unless anybody wants to add anything. I'll just say that, look, there's, of course, parts of these two films that are fine. The last one, if I recall, the last one is liturgically problematic in some ways, but not so much to go, oh, well, this is bad. It's just sort of more trad romantic problems that need to be worked out, but it's not fatal to piety. They just say, calm down. But this one, you're getting into radical propaganda stuff, and I can't imagine what's going to happen in the next part where we got to deal with Traditionis Custodes. I can't imagine how off the wall we're going to get. But if this is a foretaste of that, I mean, we already dealt with inaccuracy and distortion. I mean, look, if I can open up Bugnini's book to the pages that he's talking about and show you that it's not accurate, then you got a problem. So I don't know where we're going to go. I don't know if we're going to go to St. Gallen Mafia, homosexualist conspiracy to stop the Latin Mass. I don't know if we're going to go to, I don't know. I hope we don't go to benevacantism or any number of other weirdness, but it's this suspicious attitude that's the problem. It's not only a problem in the sense that like it's inaccurate. I'm not just being autistic. It's a problem in that it's bad for the soul. It hurts the spirit. It's not in accord with the way of life. It's no more in accord with the spiritual way of life that we're supposed to be living than sexual problems are, than irreverence is, than this workaday attitude. All of those are spiritual problems, and this is a spiritual problem as well. And it doesn't, just like the boomers who glad-handed in the sanctuary had problems in their spiritual life and had problems passing on their spiritual life, this spirit of suspicion that's pulling people around, even if you were allowed to grow things up out of it, it's going to bite you now or later. There's no way around it. It will destroy your spiritual life, and it will destroy the possibility of you passing on your spiritual life. The end, especially if there's no check on it. And there is no check on it here. We don't allow ourselves to put a check on it, and we police and control other people for putting checks on it. And that's not correct. It's not in accordance with virtue. Now, that's my piece about this approach. Hassan, did you want to add anything?
I think you've basically summed up the majority of what I was concerned with there. I just think that this kind of view of like the trad parish as lacking these obstacles, where actually I think that the trad parish has more subtle obstacles that are more difficult to deal with than all the overt, obvious problems of irreverence and the Novus Ordo parishes is a mistake. And like you said, that there are people self-select into the religious communities that tolerate their problems, right? And that's something I've seen all my life, is even in like the Muslim community in the UK, the people who've got like more modern and more liberal views on things like relationships before marriage and so on will all go to the same like youth groups and whatever. They'll all go to the same mosques.
The evangelicals did this as well. Everybody does this. Everybody does this. So I'm not saying, oh, this is, but I mean, like, you're supposed to mortify yourself and at least be aware, like, not make a propaganda film that indulges in it. And this is indulgent. Absolutely. Like, I mean, at least, I brought up Mel Gibson several times. At least Mel Gibson mortifies his vices in Passion of the Christ. We don't have all the stuff he does on screen. God help.
I mean, he was raised, he was raised in the setting, like things. So he doesn't have that same spirit of like that the people who self-select into these kinds of attitudes will have.
Oh yeah, but the thing, that hyper masculine thing that led him into vicious vice, that's in the
sure. I've seen that.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's what it is. All right. Let's let everybody go. God bless all of you. I appreciate everyone for coming. Hopefully we can do more stuff in the future on different things. I love all of you, and turn to God. And goodbye.
Okay, let's go.